Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Natrona County GOP delegate was called out at the state's party's leadership meeting in Torrington on Saturday to explain a refusal to pay more than $30,000 in dues. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the county chair said it's partly because of the punitive attitude of the state GOP.
There's been bigger county parties feeling like they're disenfranchised. Now there's philosophical divide a little bit with a lot of people out of Natrona feeling like, why are we so hard on county clerks? Why are we so heavy on police? Them. Why does it seem like this party is headed a punitive direction? This is where it gets tricky because the party is also a structure of state law. They can't be totally disenfranchised because there is a state law providing for their representation at that state convention, and that is because they have a role in filling vacancies in Republican offices.
Natrona County Republican Party Chair Rob Hendry tells Cowboy State Daily that by the end of the biennium, the Natrona County Republican Party will have reached more than $50,000 in arrears. Ramaco's Brook Mine project in Wyoming, touted as a rare earth bonanza, is drawing fierce scrutiny from geologists and short sellers. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company stands by its pitch to investors and says criticisms are a smear campaign in search of a payday.
We've been looking into this. What is the true value of the Brook Mine, which is Ramaco's enterprise there near Ranchester? And there's differing opinions. Ramaco stands by its assertions that it is rich in critical minerals like scandium. However, there's differing opinions about how much demand there is for scandium and what the real price will be. And so that's what it really comes down to, is like how much scandium and other critical minerals really exist at the Brook Mine. And a bunch of veteran geologists are scratching their heads saying, look, from my experience, it just doesn't add up the way Ramaco says it does. Here we have Wyoming right at the forefront of a new frontier.
The emerging market for domestically produced rare earths and critical minerals like scandium is a brave new world for mining companies, investors, and economists trying to make sense of it all. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. According to some, day drinking is underrated. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that even as the power went out last week in part of Wyoming, that didn't faze the day drinking millbillies at the Bayou Bar in Mills.
There's a real sense of community that you get with a place like the Bayou Bar. You really can get any mixture of personalities. On the one hand, there was a moment where I'm sitting there and I've got to my right this former roustabout roughneck, left home at 14. He's a chain smoker and he is telling incredibly cringe jokes. And then on my left, I've got a Pilates instructor going on about reformers and telling me how to strengthen my core. And in those moments where it just, for me, that really captures the promise of day drinking.
2 high-voltage transmission lines were tripped near Medicine Bow, causing tens of thousands of customers across Wyoming, Montana, and South Dakota to lose power, but that didn't faze the day drinkers at the Bayou Bar. A World War II airplane that's been converted into a one-of-a-kind motorhome was recently spotted in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi introduces us to Gino Lucci and his creation, the fabulous Flamingo.
It wasn't exactly a perfect airplane. It had been used during World War II, and it had gotten caught in a twister in 2008. So when he picked it up in 2015, he realized that the bottom was corroded, it was twisted, so restoring it back to museum quality just wasn't an option. But he had this dream since he was 8 8 years old. He saw Real People, the TV show, and someone on that show had a motorhome that was made out of an old airplane. So he decided, hey, let's do that.
The car-plane hybrid is 38 feet long, over 12 feet tall, and has a maximum speed of around 70 miles per hour and gets around 10 miles to the gallon. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
The climate that we're operating under has everyone on the defensive.
You see a person and you automatically put them in a box and say, well, this is what this person should be like.
All of this ostracizing people, what are we afraid of?
We're called to love one another. It can't be, I reject you as a person.
This country's been through so much. Its people has been through so much. Why can't we fix this?
Do we have issues we have to deal with? Yes, we do. But we're not going to be able to deal with them if we're fighting and yelling at each other and not listening.
Yeah, she has an accent. Oh, gosh, she dressed funny. But we're talking the same thing. Mm-hmm. We're all concerned about our children, concerned about the world we live in.
A lot of people wouldn't even think we should be here talking to each other, but I'm sorry, I disagree.
It's a Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show, Monday, November 17. We'll do a little day drinking with Zach Sontag. I hope you can keep up. Bottoms up. Only Zach. Is Trump crazy or crazy like a fox? His notion of a 50-year mortgage for a home? Could it revolutionize the real estate market, or at least give it a shot in the arm right now? Ramaco's rare earth mine, is it all a bunch of coal dust? Or is there really something there? Meet the Wyoming pilot who is starring now in a new Disney Plus reality show by doing what he does, flying around the world. Pretty cool. A little brush with fame there for somebody from Wyoming. Meet Cody's Adrian J. Mitchell. He used to hang out with Anthony Kiedis of Red Hot Chili Peppers. And I'm just now reading about that serial luggage thief at DIA. We got him on surveillance video. I mean, that is the lowest of low, right? What is lower than a dude that steals luggage off the carousel at airports regularly? Like, that's his job, he thinks. Oh, that's really low. I'm pretty surprised that there is not better security regarding bags off the carousel. There's a general belief. You think about all the security that goes into getting on the plane, right? With the TSA and what they allow you to bring on and what security looks like getting in. There's almost comparatively zero security taking your bags out of the airport and bringing them home, presumably your bags. But honestly, could be anybody's bags. And the most useless piece of paper is your luggage tag that you get from the agent, or if you do electronic boarding. Well, yeah, I guess even if you book yourself on a flight and book all online, at some point you do have to, if you have to check a bag, you've got to get assigned a number and then you got to get your luggage tag. That is the most, nobody ever keeps the luggage tag. You can't find it when you need it and you never need it. And you might find it when you get home. Oh, here's that luggage tag. But you don't need it. There was a little bit of time, I think, maybe it was during the pandemic, or maybe it was during 9/11, one or the other. There was a short period there where there was actual checking of luggage. Like somebody would look and make sure your tag matched the bag. And then only then could you take the bag off the carousel and leave the airport with it. That was short-lived. I don't know if it was every airport. And you don't see that now. I don't see one in the last, 100 flights I've taken. I've never seen anyone ask, is that your bag? Prove it. Never. You just... That is the greatest social experiment going right now, is the honor system required to take a bag off the baggage carousel. We're just assuming it's your bag because who else in their right mind would take a bag that's not theirs? You're 99.9%. The reason you're at the airport is because you just took a flight or are taking a flight. The reason you're at the bag carousel is because you're waiting for your luggage, presumably. And why would you take someone else's? That's sort of like Russian roulette gambling. Trade it all for what's behind door number 2. Like, you don't know what's going to be in there. Unless your luggage is filled with absolute garbage, like old crappy clothes that you don't want anymore. Even then, just nobody would do that. Unless somebody was going to the airport and just picking off the most expensive looking bags. This dude who's doing that, lowest of low. We'll share his photo, give him his 15 seconds of fame. He's on surveillance camera at least twice, probably more. And he appears the savvy traveler, except he's just carting away bags that aren't his. And he's done it more than once, I guess. And this is happening at Denver International Airport, DIA. Yes, it's in another state, but if you're traveling almost anywhere outside of Wyoming, you've got to fly to DIA or Salt Lake City, one or the other. So many of us in Wyoming are familiar with the whole Denver International Airport scene. I'm going to talk about that, dude. What else? Whole bunch more. We got to get to a weekend's worth of news, of course. Special guest today. Who's on the show? Let me double check this. Wyoming State Parks Director Christopher DeLay will be on. And he'll talk about a special program that's been going since at least 2019, maybe longer. I don't know how long they've been doing this, where Wyoming State Parks is silent bid auctioning off bison, 18 bison. And we'll find out more about that program. I have so many questions. I didn't even know it existed. And your chance to buy a buffalo, not just a buffalo, but one of 18 different buffaloes. And this has been going on every year. I don't even know really what you're doing with said buffalo. It's live. It's not like it's a bison on the hook. You're buying a live buffalo, I believe. Wyoming State Parks accepting bids for the acquisition of 18 bison from the state herd at Hot Springs State Park. a herd that's in good health because they feed them. There's a feeding program. These bison have all received their shots and everything. So, yeah, they're live bison. 5 heifer calves from the calendar year 2025, 10 bull calves from this year, 2 24 yearling heifers, and 1 old cow. I say old, 2006. All that can be yours. And you're required to ship said bison to your house or whatever you're going to do with it. Interesting. We'll talk to Christopher more about that. Ben Noren is coming on. He is a cell scientist that looks more like a snowboarder. Careful, don't judge the book by its cover. He's the CEO, founder of Cell Drop BioSciences. Ben Noren, UW grad. And he's doing stem cell research, stem cell therapy on horses. You may have read David Madison's recent story about a racehorse that never really raced. He was never really going to be a winner. So this poor racehorse was retired before he ever got to race. And he was chosen as being a stem cell donor. And we heard about that, about his owner, the horse's owner, what that's like. But I was more interested in what are they doing with these stem cells out of horses? And it's fascinating. Ben Noren's going to come on and tell you what exactly he's doing with these stem cells and what it's all about. It is the future, this stem cell therapy, using stem cells to heal, for instance, a wonky joint in your body or a horse's body. Ben happens to be starting with horses. His idea was to first start with humans. But he found barrier after barrier. So he got into stem cell therapy with animals, with horses. And yes, he hopes to then apply it to humans. He's got patents on his research. He's been doing it for about 3-4 years. Very interesting what Ben Noren is doing. He's going to come on today, later in the show. That'll be fun. Let's get to... Now, that feels so aggressive to me on a Monday. I'm trying to find my favorite. No, I'm trying to find a weather music that's there. That's a little, because I'm having a Monday. I got a headache. Too many beers last night. Yeah, I need something like very light and airy. Chance of rain in Casper, mostly cloudy, breezy, 51 the high. Lander, rain, likely, especially in the morning, with highs 53. Evanston, slight chance of snow early morning. And I did see I-80 down there getting a little bit of snow and starting to stick. That was late night, overnight. Gradually becoming sunny, though, in Evanston with the highs 42. Oh, speaking of Evanston, you know what else they got down there? I don't know if it is affecting weather, but it probably is. Wade's lights are insane, man. Wade's lights. It's like the new viral thing on the interwebs. And it's not just Wyoming. It's not just Evanston. It's not just Uintah County. It's now made it like across the nation. If you search hashtag Wade's Lights, you'll find reference to, one of our story, Cowboy State Daily stories about Wade Spivey. Jackson Walker wrote the story. Wade, apparently his neighbors, Wade's neighbors, supposedly, at least one neighbor is saying that Wade is overdoing Christmas. Like way too bright. And they are Wade's house, if you haven't seen it. I mean, They say there are two things you can see from outer space on Earth: the Great Wall of China and Wade's house right now. I mean, it is insanely bright. Wade's lights. Read the story in the Cowboy State Daily. Casper Planet has a spoof story on it, and you can buy the t-shirt. I kid you not. Wade's Lights t-shirts for sale. Numerous memes going around. It is viral. Wade's Lights. It's Wade Spivey's house. He's been doing it for like 16 years, say some folks in Evanston. They're having fun with it in Evanston. Nary a person is complaining. There's a complaint from a neighbor, but other than that, all of Evanston is behind Wade's Lights. His Christmas display at his house is over the top bright. Yeah, way over the top. When Wade plugged his lights in, turned them on, just like the movie with Griswold. Remember when he had his extravagant lights and he couldn't get them to go on? And when he finally found the lights where he finally plugged them in and they finally worked, it was so bright. Similar to that, when Wade turned on his lights, that's when the grid went down the other day. Interesting, those two events coincided. Remember when the power went out last week? Still trying to figure out what it was. The power company, something tripped two of their breakers, and then there was a fire at a power plant. All of this coinciding with when Wade Spivey turned his lights on. 2 + 2 is very often 4. Just do the math here. When Wade turned the lights on, in order to feed his house with the correct wattage or whatever that is, you saw the grid diverting power over there to Wade's house, and then poof, 100,000 customers in Wyoming are without power. Wade. Yeah, I've reached out to try to get Wade to come on the show. I think it would be funny. It seriously is the most viral thing going on in Wyoming right now. Wade's Lights. Look it up. Hashtag Wade's Lights. People are making the trip they're driving up from Salt Lake City to Evanston to see the lights. They're piling the kids in the station wagon. They're driving from neighboring states to come see Wade's Lights, the house that is over the top, lit up. It's pretty amazing. Yeah, that we're gonna have some fun with that, and hopefully we'll get Wade on. I did reach out. That'd be fun to get him on, all in a good-hearted, good-spirited manner. I understand some Christmas displays can be annoying for neighbors, but everybody in Evanston, if I'm reading their Facebook page, they got their own Facebook page, Evanston, and they got a huge bump in membership on the Facebook page. We have reached 10,000 members on the Evanston, Wyoming community page. Thanks, Wade Lights, for the incredible boost the last few days. 10,000 people. That's as many people as live in Evanston are all on the Facebook page checking out Wade's Lights. Where are they? Where can we see them? People want his address, and it's funny. Insiders, people who know Wade well, nobody's giving out his address online. They say, DM me and I'll tell you. But most people say, just come to Evanston and it will be obvious. Follow the glow. Follow the lights, the same way the three wise men found the birth of Jesus. Just follow the lights. You'll get there.
How do you know when you've made the right decision? It's the feeling you get in your gut. The one that tells you what's right or wrong. It's the one that says, sure, I can have a drink, Or the feeling that says, okay, I've been drinking. Now what? It's the voice inside you that says, I'm buzzed. Better leave the car when it's time to go. Plan ahead. Catch a sober ride. Buzz driving is drunk driving.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks?
Move.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
If you love them enough to drive an hour to cheer them on as they get beat 11-0 in the rain, then surely you'll check nhtsa.gov/the right seat to make sure they're correctly buckled in the back seat.
Throw that ball, Diane. Woo! You got this.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right? I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own. I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me,
When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
Yeah, just bopping along on a Monday. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Thanks for making us part of your morning routine. A lot of folks responding positively to the news about the Cheyenne teacher. Told students he'd have their backs for life. And he really meant it. Learn more about that story in the Cowboy State Daily. Cheyenne teacher Eric Kroc and how meaningful, impactful he has been in the Cheyenne community. Decades later, students say they've never had anyone, teacher, parent, friend, so supportive, so genuine, so truly there for them all their lives. Great story. 318 impressions on the Facebooks, 12 comments, 17 shares. People like that story. People don't like this guy, the serial luggage thief that keeps ripping off bags at DIA. Wyoming airports don't have that problem. Why not? Just because we're smaller? Let's find out. 293 impressions, 65 comments, mostly to say this guy's reached a new low. I agree. Some people put air tags in their baggage. You know, the Apple AirTag? I don't know they work if you're outside of a certain range. I don't know. Maybe there's new, better tech AirTags. I have a tag on one of my bags that I can usually locate it wherever it is. I can track it. I don't know if AirTags, if you can track them more than, I don't know, maybe you can. I'm thinking of like an old style AirTag maybe. Yeah, face recognition. Why don't we do that? Can't we do face recognition? Because we have surveillance camera of this dude. Like, this guy is on camera, pretty good, clear shot of this guy suspected of being a luggage thief at Denver International Airport. And a very good photo of him. I mean, certainly somebody knows this guy. In one of the photos, he's wearing short sleeves, and you can see he's got the sleeve tattoo going, very distinctive and unique. There's no reason this guy can't be identified by somebody. Come on. Yeah, this guy's he's got tattoos up and down his arms. So why can't this happen in Wyoming? I think because we're small. Yeah, being small can have its advantages. Yeah. Nobody's interested in doing this in Wyoming because A, people in Wyoming aren't dirtbags. And B, we're just small. The bag you rip off is probably full of farrier tools. What are you going to do with that? It's probably full of a lot of camo in the clothing. This guy's actually rocking camo in one of these photos, so maybe he wants that. But who steals luggage off the carousel? That is lower than low. Robert Siciliano. Boy, I don't think he's with the Italian mob, is he? Robert Siciliano is a cybersecurity expert, chief executive officer at Protect Now, LLC. And Siciliano, quoted in this story by Scott Schwebke, says, think smaller airports versus larger international airports. The smaller airports have less thefts. Being small has its advantages. Yeah, thieves, if this is your gig, if this is what you do, this is your day job, stealing luggage off the carousel at the airport, you're probably not going to go to Casper, Natrona County International. Doubtful. You're going to go to the big airports and you're going to make big hauls. And I don't know how you choose. I mean, this guy's probably picking like the most expensive looking luggage. Maybe he knows luggage. Maybe he's nabbing the Toomey bag. He's taking the Toomey bag more than he's taken the one that's been duct taped closed because it pops open because the zipper's broke. He's probably not stealing those. He's stealing the, 4-figure luggage, figuring whatever's inside is probably also lucrative. Katie Reed is communications air service manager for the Casper Natrona County International Airport. She said at Casper, it's a lot harder for a thief to grab a bag. Why so? I guess you're just much more noticeable. You can't blend in the crowd. DIA is just bigger and people won't notice. Possibly, maybe. Jackson Hole Airport has a fully staffed host team in the baggage claim area. Okay. I'll accept that, although I've flown into Jackson Hole Airport many, many, many times. I can't recall ever seeing any kind of there is a host, there is actual job, and some of it is volunteer. There are host staffers at Jackson Hole Airport, but basically all they're doing is handing out complimentary mimosas. I'm not sure they're checking to make sure you're getting the correct bag. I've never seen that. There is a host team at the Jackson Hole Airport. Their main job is to welcome you to Jackson, tourist destination, to maybe answer a few questions as to where is Wade's Lights? No, where is this Grand Teton. I've been hearing a lot about the Grand Tetons. Where are they at? Well, you just flew in right next to them. Or how do you get to the rodeo? That's the host team's job. I have never seen them doing anything remotely resembling security, but okay. There have been 49 reported baggage thefts so far this year at DIA. That's compared to 43 during the same time period the year previous. So slightly increased. I wouldn't say a serial. I mean, if they know it's one dude, okay, they got one dude who's been doing this, but I wouldn't say that's very many bags gone thefting. 49, and the year's almost out. We're in the 11th month. So let's say 50 bags a year are presumed stolen from Denver International Airport compared to all the bags that come through there. I wouldn't say that's real high. And probably what percentage of the 50 bags were not necessarily stolen, but were just lost by the airlines? You know, Delta or United, all these airlines, the first thing they're going to want to do is say, we didn't lose your bags. It looks like somebody stole them. Siciliano said the police have not released any information regarding how many of the 49 reported baggage thefts so far this year at DIA could be the work of this one single guy. Investigators also have not said why they've targeted this guy, other than the fact that probably he was, when you go back and look at the tape, go back and look at surveillance footage, he's one guy who appears on film an awful lot. If this guy's on the video all the time and he's always rolling out a different bag, probably not hard to assume that's your serial baggage thief. Yeah, and some of Cowboy State Daily readers, this story very, very popular with readers, because who among us are air travelers haven't thought about this, worried about this? We're all affected by the baggage carousel. We're all tied together in that way. So this story does resonate. 293 impressions, 65 comments, 78 shares. The shares high because I'm imagining people are sharing this story hoping that that someone will see a photo of this guy and say, oh, I know who that is. That's that loser meth addict. Lives down the block from me. Aha. Yeah, maybe. And then most people are saying, yeah, why can't we facial recognize the guy? Yeah, I would wonder that too. Supposedly we have facial recognition that's so good. But it does highlight that interesting social contract we have, that silent social contract that we're going to take only our baggage. We would never take anything that didn't belong to us off the carousel, because there are very few I've never seen an airport where they check. There was a time period, I remember, where they were checking a little bit, like, is that your bag? Is that your tag? Do they match? It's very rare. I can't remember the last time I've ever seen that going on. And I think once ever in all my travels have I been asked to prove that's my bag by producing the claim ticket. And that was, that might have been during, not long after 9/11, maybe, when we were worried about everything concerning travel. Yeah, that story doing pretty well. Day drinking with Zach Sontag. That story doing good. Ramaco Remember the rare earth Ramaco saying that the Brook Mine project in Wyoming, touted as a rare earth bonanza, is drawing some fierce scrutiny from geologists and others, saying that, well, Ramaco might be real high on this rare earth mine of theirs, but really all it is a crapped out coal mine. Ramaco insists, no, there is rare earth here, particularly scandium, which is really popular. Scandium is how we're going to have 6G. Do we have 6G yet? I don't know, because I live somewhere where 3G is all the rage. You know, we're way behind. You're lucky to get any Gs anytime I look at my phone. It's usually LTE, meaning I don't even have a G. And 5G, I know, is pretty, that's what I thought we were up to now, 5G, right? Ramaco says that they have, among other rare earths, they have a pretty good amount of scandium in this Brooks mine that was, yes, a former coal mine. And when we announced not long ago, we being Ramaco and Wyoming, the governor was there, the energy secretary was there, U.S. Energy Secretary Chris Wright. Is that his name? Chris Wright? Doing that by memory. July 11th, remember they had this ceremonial groundbreaking. They're like, this Brooks Mine is going to help America get off rare earth imports from China. China exports most of the world's rare earths. I have a number here. Let me see. China accounts for roughly 60% of rare earths production and controls 92% of global processing. So yeah, China's the biggest player. Now, if Ramaco, in saying that they're going to find rare earths in this old coal mine, Ramaco made that announcement, groundbreaking in July, but now detractors coming out of the woodwork and saying, well, that's a lot of hype. There's a story just recently in industry news site miningir.com. Mining IR is not on my reading list particularly, but that's not my jam. David Madison probably reads that. Cowboy State Daily's energy reporter. Mining IR just had a recent story. It's titled, the headline, From Wall Street to Rare Earth, How Randall Atkins Turned a $2 million coal mine into a $37 billion rare earth elements bonanza. And that's basically what's behind that. Just encompasses the criticism of Ramaco, saying they're not really sitting on a whole mess of rare earths. They've hoodwinked everybody. It's just an old coal mine. But Ramaco is not backing down. They say, no, we've got rare earths. We're pretty sure we got a good amount of at least one critical mineral called scandium. Scandium is a silvery white element with the strength of titanium and the lightness of aluminum. Scandium is particularly important, apparently, and we're getting back to the 6G, particularly important in 6G wireless networks to allow them to do microsecond processing. In the story written by David Madison, 6G, if we ever, when we get to 6G, I don't think it is available or such. I think it's just all in theoretical idea space right now. But 6G will bring the kind of speedy processing that will, David Madison quotes, be fast enough to coordinate drone swarms in real-time combat. It's interesting that is the example used in the benefits of 6G. Can't wait till 6G gets here. You notice the big selling point is not, oh, you'll be able to play Roblox so much faster, or you'll be able to download a movie from Netflix in like 2.5 minutes. No, it's the military aspects that are being touted, at least in this example. 6G is going to bring us the ability to coordinate drone swarms in real-time combat. Oh, thank goodness. Because 5G is so inadequate for that. You know, every time I want to get my drones all working in unison to drop bombs on my neighbor, yeah. The U.S. now imports 100% of its scandium supply. China controls 80% of the global production of that particular rare earth. And that's only one of the rare earths that Ramaco says is in the Brook mine. But detractors are saying that's a whole lot of nothing. All they got there is coal. David Madison's story in the Cowboy State Daily. Check that out. Just in case you don't have a subscription to miningir.com, whoever they are. We got to take a break. Come right back with more stories and a little bit of a sports wrap up. We have state high school football champions to announce.
You're not going to get it all right. Just make sure you nail the big stuff, like making sure your kids are in the right seat for their age and size. Get it right at nhtsa.gov/the-right-seat.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I'm an ex-drug dealer, and I'll be your sub today. Can you see anything different as a pill? No. You don't know?
Fentanyl is being mixed into everything now. There's only one thing that will save somebody's life. That is naloxone nasal spray.
Fentanyl, it's cheap, it's potent, and it's profitable.
Why would drug dealers put a lethal dose of fentanyl in drugs if they know it's so harmful?
Really just all about the money.
I just didn't realize that one pill could change your whole life.
More kids should know.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Good Monday morning to you. Thanks for making Cowboy State Daily Morning Show a part of your routine. That's a smart choice you're making. Here's what happened over the weekend in high school football. We got some state champions, and the more things stay the same, the more things change. Wait, I got that backwards. The more things stay the same, they just keep staying the same. High school football, many multi-year winners again. Same old, which is, hats off to a football organization that can keep on winning. That's not always easy. Back-to-back titles for the Rattlers in 1A six-man. Little Snake River all over Burlington, 67-16, the final there. That's back-to-back titles. 4 state championships in the last 5 years. 7th in school history overall as Little Snake River just keeps beating up other teams. Man, how about 1A 9-man? Final score, Pine Bluffs 48, Rocky Mountain nothing. Hornets win back-to-back championships, and they're 3rd in the last 4 years. 5th title in school history. Congrats to the Pine Bluff Hornets. In 2A, Mountain View in a thriller over Bighorn. Bighorn went in as the top-ranked team, so it's got to be considered a little bit of an upset, although Mountain View, they've been so strong for so many years. Mountain View 41, Bighorn 38. Buffaloes win their 7th state title in school history, but their first since 2019. And that was maybe the only game, that was the only state title game where we've had a new champion. In every other conference, it was, it's them again. Including 3A. Star Valley beats Cody in a pretty good game. 26-21 the final there. The Braves win their 4th straight title. 8 times in the last 11 years, it's been Star Valley, your champion. 16th championship overall. And by the way, a bit of a winning streak going now in Star Valley. 33rd straight win. Star Valley has not lost since, long time. Hovey had a good game, threw for 284 yards, 2 touchdowns, 32 yards on the ground rushing. Star Valley takes care of Cody in a good football game. Second time those teams have met. They met in the regular season in a close game that Star Valley won 14-7. This time 26-21. State championship, Star Valley again. And speaking of again, Sheridan Bronx, they beat Campbell County in a good game. 17-10 is the final. So they won by a touchdown. Campbell County Camels, of course, that team that fired their head coach for inappropriate language in a locker room tirade that was videoed on somebody's phone. Cowboy State Daily wrote up that story. So Campbell County, without a head coach, certainly somebody stepped in as interim, were able to win we're able to win one playoff game to get them in, and then lost against Sheridan, but gave Sheridan a little bit of a time. This was not the best Bronx team ever to come out of Sheridan, but they were good enough to continue one of the longest winning streaks in all of high school football in America, and maybe the longest in Wyoming. I'll have to check that out, whether it is the longest. Sheridan has now won 55 consecutive games. The Bronx win their 5th straight championship, 9 in the last 11 seasons, 32nd overall in school history. Sheridan Bronx are just too good. But what are you going to do? Bump them up to Class 5A? We don't have 5A. Sheridan has been good for a long, long time. So congrats, Sheridan Bronx. That's your state champs in 4A, 3A champs, Star Valley Braves. Mountain View Buffaloes are the class of 2A In 1A 9-man, it's Pine Bluffs Hornets and Little Snake River again in 1A 6-man football take the championship. Those games played at the War Memorial in Laramie because the big boys, UW, Cowboys, were on the road against Fresno State, and man, did they lay an egg offensively anyway. Oof. Yeah, this team, there's just no offense. Javon Bonite was able to light a spark under the offense the first time out when he was offensive coordinator, when he was calling the plays a few weeks ago. But since then, the Cowboys that we know and love have slowly emerged. That offense is just not good. No matter who's calling the plays, there's no plays to call when your quarterback goes 6 for 23 for 64 total yards. Caden Anderson. At times, it looks like Caden Anderson knows what he's doing and throws a pretty accurate ball. And then there are games like this where Fresno State's got a good defense, but still, 23 pass attempts, only 6 of those passes completed, 64 total yards. That's never going to win you a game. Toad Harris had a good game carrying the football, 12 touches for 96 yards. True freshman, that was the highlight of the game, is we got our first chance of seeing this kid who's supposedly the future of the brown and gold, Mason Drew, who had a great high school career at Gillette. Mason came on in relief of Caden Anderson, who just was not getting it done. Drew wasn't a whole lot better. 5 passing attempts, 2 completions for 13 yards. I can imagine Drew is going to be red-shirted, I would think. So there's only a certain amount of snaps we can see him take this year. I would think the idea is to redshirt him and get another, a full 4 years out of him, although nobody sticks around in college that long. UW finished with a total 184 yards of offense. Not great. Fresno State, meanwhile, had 311. Final score, and that went 24-3 in the game played in Fresno State on a rainy Valley Children's Stadium artificial turf. It was rainy the whole game. And Wyoming their offense did not show up. Basketball team looks good, though. Sundance Wicks, just what he's been saying he was going to do is what he did. Playing 12 guys. Which, if you're not a huge basketball fan, that's a lot. Like, only 5 guys can play at a time. And then, of course, there's players off the bench when they get tired. So what Sundance Wicks says he's going to do, especially at home at elevation against teams not used to running up and down the court when there's no oxygen in the air, Sundance said he's going to run hard and assume his opponents are not going to be able to keep up cardio-wise. And then he's also, on top of that, figuring his basketball players are in better condition because that's where they play, that's where they practice. He's also going to use a lot of guys off the bench, so just fresh troops all the time. He used 12 different players. And Coach Wick says it wasn't because we were in a blowout situation. Cowboys won the game over Portland, the Portland Pilots, 93-56, to go 4-0 on the season now. 4 wins, no losses. Saturday night crowd of 3,428 in the arena awed. And Coach Wick said he said, we played 12 guys and all 12 impacted winning. We didn't play 12 just because it was a blowout. We played it 12 intentionally because that's how we play. Fast. And we play fast with depth. Other teams struggle to find, 6, 7, and 8 guys who they can trust. Meanwhile, in Wyoming, they'll regularly play 10, 11, 12 players in any said game. So, yeah, Coach Wick's doing what he said he was going to do when he got the job, is run fast and give a lot of guys playing time. And he's doing that. Big win for the University of Wyoming Cowboys at home against the Portland Pilots. Now that wraps up our first hour here on a Monday, Cowboy State Daily Show. You can catch us on X Live, Facebook Live. We're on YouTube as well, and you can run that back in the archive. We're on the homepage of cowboystatedaily.com. Look for the show will be playing live when we're live, and then you can find archive versions. We're on radio stations around the state. And wherever you find and download your favorite podcasts, you can get us there as well. Cowboy State Daily Show with Jay.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Chevrolet and GMC ended their legendary square body pickup line in 1987 and their square body Suburban and Blazer line a few years later. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports these vehicles are now hot again and truck nuts around Wyoming want them.
It's just funny how, they were just kind of run-of-the-mill vehicles back then, but they become these really kind of cool, high-value collectors. They're considered vintage and cool now. Trucks that might have bought them off the showroom floor for a few $1,000s back in the day.
Automotive writer Aaron Turpin in Cheyenne tells Cowboy State Daily that the current fever for Chevy square bodies, as well as their square body Ford counterparts, is rooted in nostalgia. But Turpin adds, square bodies also seem to be popular with teens and young adults as well. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak is offering some helpful advice for criminals. Don't talk on a jail telephone about selling stolen stuff and drugs to raise money to get out of jail on drug charges. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports criminals come up with some convoluted but stupid plans to get bail money.
Basically, the plan was these other people go down to that supplier, get some drugs. They also go out to a storage unit that he has where he has stashed a bunch of stolen merchandise that he's stolen from around Cheyenne. They fence that stuff. They go down to Denver to get the drugs and sell it all to get money so that he can get out of jail.
The sheriff tells Cowboy State Daily that even after being in law enforcement for over 40 years, criminals still do things he's never seen before. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Gillette Judge Paul Phillips, a.k.a. author James Chandler, has written 8 best-selling legal thrillers inspired by his life experiences. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Phillips has just signed a deal with a major Hollywood producer with the goal of turning his book, Misjudged, into a 6 to 8 part docuseries.
We got a letter one day, and it was from a producer. He didn't know if he should take it seriously. So he sent it to his publisher, and his publisher said, yes, that's serious. That's a legitimate producer. Emailed him back immediately. So he did. And he has since signed with this producer. He's not allowed to say who it is.
Being a best-selling legal thriller writer is just one facet of his life. Phillips is also an avid outdoorsman, veteran, and of course, a circuit court judge. Larry Bentley was hired to trail 30 quarter horses for 450 miles by himself across Wyoming and into Colorado. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that this was no small feat back in the mid-'80s as Bentley took these horses on an outlaw trail where the Hole-in-the-Wall gang used to trail their stolen horses 80 years before.
When Larry Bentley took on this horse drive in 1984, most horses were being transferred by semi-truck. So this was really unique, and that's why it's one of the very last known ones that went through this remote territory. What made his trip really difficult was not only was he going through areas where there weren't many people, but there was also wild horses that were trying to steal his mares. So he wasn't even able to stop along the route on some of those areas.
That successful trip and a lifelong of cowboying earned Bentley a place in the Wyoming Cowboy Hall of Fame. He's still in the saddle today as he and his family run a cattle operation in Hot Springs and Fremont counties. Ramaco's Brook Mine project in Wyoming, touted as a rare earth bonanza, is drawing fierce scrutiny from geologists and short sellers. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company stands by its pitch to investors and says criticisms are a smear campaign in search of a payday.
Ramaco stands by its assertions that it is rich in critical minerals like scandium. However, there's differing opinions about how much demand there is for scandium and what the real price will be.
The emerging market for domestically produced rare earths and critical minerals like scandium is a brave new world for mining companies, investors, and economists trying to make sense of it all. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
Cowboy State Daily Show Monday, and into the conversation, Christopher DeLay. I'm in the market for some buffalo, Chris.
Morning, yeah, thank you. Yeah, you're in a good spot if you're interested in a bison or two.
It's a bison by Wyoming State Parks. What is your? I know, like, I don't want to get caught up in the titles, but you're kind of a lot of things over there at Wyoming State Parks. Director, what would I call you? Superintendent? Director?
Yeah, I'm the park superintendent here at Hot Springs State Park.
Yes. Hot Springs State Park. And that's what we're centering on. And the big bison, is it a bison auction? It's sealed bid kind of an auction, one of those things.
Yes, sir. Yeah, sealed bid.
So I guess the first thing I want to know is, you've been doing this a while. I saw some of the prices going back, announcement of this bison buy back in 2019. How long have you been doing this?
That's a great question. The sale's been going on for years. We've had bison here at this park since 1916. So well over 100 years we've been having bison here at this park. So.
Yeah. How many bison do you have? What's the herd size now?
So right now, we average about 12 to 15 animals a year. Right now, we have 14 that we're keeping year round right now. So.
Oh, well, I was under the impression you had like hundreds, and of those you then every year sell a certain amount. That's the whole purpose of this bison herd I'm seeing.
Yeah, so we used to have a bunch as an agency. We don't have that anymore. So we average about 15 animals here at Hot Springs State Park.
Yeah.
Then Bear River State Park down by Evanston also has a small herd. So we gather up their calves or their animals they're selling, and then we sell them all here at Hot Springs every year.
Yeah, and of course that herd down near Evanston has been just decimated this year by Wade's lights. Are you on to Wade's Christmas lights?
Oh, not much. No.
It's so funny. Chris, all right, tell me about the bison that are up this year. These bison, and these bison are probably the most famous bison you could ever buy because people have been seeing them, watching them. I know there's a feed program, and there's times where you're going to go see the bison there at Hot Springs State Park. So, yeah, how many? Total of 18 this year?
Yeah, we're selling 18. So 14 of them are from Hot Springs State Park here, and then 4 of them for Bear River. Yeah, these animals are watched year round. We have people waiting for them to be calved in the spring. We start getting phone calls that, a cow's about to give birth or is giving birth. So, yeah, these animals are watched pretty much every day. We have locals that love going up there into our bison pasture daily and watching them and that. So,
yeah, during late fall and winter, the park bison are fed daily supplements to ensure good health. These bison that are going up for sale have all been, they've all had shots. They're all guaranteed to be like good to go. Yeah.
Yep. Yeah. We have a local vet that comes in and helps us. And yeah, we vaccinate, give the heifers brucellosis shots. So yeah, they're about as healthy as you can get. So for bison.
Okay, buyers. Now, who are prospective buyers through the years? I mean, what are you going to do with these bison?
So most buyers are local as in Wyoming bison ranchers that have small herds already. So that's majority of them just stay, since in my short time here at Hot Springs, yeah, they've all stayed in Wyoming. All the calves. So.
Yeah, I know at least 2 outfits that have bison on a ranch in the Jackson Hole area where I am. And yeah, I mean, bison, you need a taller fence, stouter fence, but otherwise, that's certainly a good operation. And then, many of us have enjoyed bison at the restaurant, if that's what it comes to when you're going to harvest your bison. But yeah,
right, exactly.
I would be interested in a bison from this deal because I know what I'm getting, especially with the brucellosis deal. So 5 of this year's heifer calves, 10 of this year's bull calves. You got a couple of yearlings as well from last year, and 1 old cow.
Yeah, 1 old cow, yeah, from Bear River. So
okay. So how do you do the sale? People have to make bids. You've got a minimum that you're letting them know right now, which is about $1,000 for a head right now, for depending on what you're looking at. But how do we do it, and how do we bid, and what's the process?
Yeah. So you can contact the park here, and we'll send you out a bid sheet and an information packet about the bison, and then all you have to do is fill it out, put your bid that you'd like to put in, and you can email that or mail that back to me. And then on the 8th of December, we're going to open everybody's bid sheets out and figure out where the animals are going. And then we'll contact everyone that put a bid in, whether successfully or not. So
you're bidding on just maybe one particular, not necessarily all, not necessarily. I mean, maybe you'll see a bid for, all 5 of the,
right.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So yeah, some people will try to buy 1. Some people will try to buy a couple. We've had bids that said we'll buy them all. So it kind of varies. So.
Okay. We just had not too long ago Veterans Day, and I noticed you have your Parks for Patriots program, free admission for veterans on that Tuesday, November 11th. That's a pretty neat program, Parks for Patriots in Wyoming State Parks.
Right.
How about also, summer is when I think about those weird, dangerous green blooms, HCB. Like, you don't want your dog to go in there. You don't want to go in there. This Boyson State Park, Glendo, Guernsey, Keyhole. But I was surprised to learn that even with temperatures dropping in the fall, the HCBs can still be a problem in standing water.
Yeah, especially the warmer temperatures and staying warm, that stuff can stay alive for a little bit longer than we all hope for. So.
What do you know about Georgia and Dave Rousewell, the artist in residency for 2025? You do that?
I don't know much about that. I hope they come and visit Hot Springs a little bit. We've done some art in the park stuff the last couple of years here, and we love our artists. And I think I'm at the prettiest park in the state. So, yeah.
And what about?
Hopefully, they can come and visit us a little bit even.
Yeah. How about the new executive director of Wyoming Office of Tourism? It's going to be Dominic from Wyoming State Parks.
Yeah, I think that's awesome. I've known Dominic for like 18 years, so I was excited to hear that he's there. So I'm not surprised one bit. So
Dominic Bravo, that's going to be a job to step into. Diane Schober's done it so well for so long, but I think Dominic is up to it. Okay, so the Bison buy, I'm in maybe. I'm not sure what I'm going to have to make a lot more room here for the Bison and maybe no room for the cat. wyoparks.wyo.gov, is that somewhere we can go, or do we have to go direct? How do we make a bid? Can we do it online?
Well, no, we don't do it online, but you can contact me or Jody Lang at Hot Springs State Park, and we'll make sure to send you out that bid packet. The best number to reach out is 307-864-2176, and we'll get you a bid packet.
Sounds good. Call Chris or Jody, or get online, find out the contacts. You got to get that bid in by December 8th, yes?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And then by the way, you've got to get the Bison home. Yeah,
we'll help load them up in that. But yeah, we don't transport for people. So we've got a good loading chute and system. We'll get you loaded up.
Sounds good. Hey, thanks a lot, Chris. And you're up in Thermopolis right now?
Yes, sir.
How's everything there? We got some snow this morning. What about you?
Yeah, we had a little rain here, but it's beautiful for being middle of November.
Yeah, we're living on borrowed time those first 2 weeks in November. We're going to talk about that with Don Day, our weather guy, who's on next. That was some records fell for the first 2 weeks in November. Record highs. It was nice. Thanks, Chris. Have a great day.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
You bet. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. We'll get our weather guy in here in a moment, Don Day, to do some weather after these.
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya. Just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the capital to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me.
That was perfect.
But I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner.
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah.
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. Don Day joins us for the day weather forecast. Don, breaking news. Now, we are learning that the contributing factor in the dazzling and more intense than usual aurora borealis last week was actually atmospheric reflection of Wade's lights from his house down there in Evanston. Christmas tree. Did you see Wade's house?
I saw the headline. I haven't read the story yet. But if you can see your house from space with Christmas lights, I'm one of those. Way to go. Awesome. That's the Clark Griswold Person of the Year award. Yes.
Totally. That's what it reminds me of. And I think that's one of the reasons why Wade's Lights has gone so viral. Seriously, get on your socials, Facebook, whatever, and do hashtag Wade's Lights. And even if you live in Pakistan, you'll find the latest several memes. There's a T-shirt. I kid you not, Wade's Lights T. You can buy your T-shirt now. And there are people making the trek as if this was the three wise men following the star. There are people visiting from neighboring states coming to see Wade's Lights, Wade's house. He is way over the top. And also breaking news, Bill Gates has said that TerraPower, when it comes online, will be dedicated just to supplying Wade with the electricity he needs. Yeah. He could do some sun. I don't know if it's affecting weather. Is it warmer in Evanston than normal?
No, in fact, it snowed in Evanston this morning.
Oops.
So we can cut that conspiracy in half. Yeah, no.
Yeah.
Wade's Lights is not making the world warmer. So no.
But we did see I somewhere I saved, I think it was National Weather Service. Somebody said where we saw record or near record highs for the first 2 weeks of November. Just about every Wyoming community saw temperatures we not used to in November. Really nice first 2 weeks.
Yeah, great. And I hope everyone has enjoyed it. And I know a lot of people think that, like, well, winter's never going to come and this is so unusual. But I can go back like I always can and show you that we've seen this before. And I will tell you this, every time we've had a warm end of October into the first half of November, it's only done one thing, gotten cold. And so what we've seen here over the last couple of weeks is not what we would say is a proxy for the whole winter. It's been a nice respite and it's been really amazing. But if you're a skier, you're a snowmobiler, you're a nice fisherman, don't give up hope. There's help on the way if you like winter weather.
Yeah, it'll get here. Even for
It'll get here.
Even for you folks in Big Piney, they ranked, that was the warmest, and a lot of these records don't go back super far, but average temperatures compared to normal, November 1st through November 15th, I'm looking at a roundup of Big Piney, warmest they've had, warmest first 2 weeks in November. Buffalo, that was their fourth warmest. Lander, third warmest. Riverton, Rock Springs, warmest. Worland, fourth warmest. So, yeah, that was a nice 2 weeks, Don.
Yeah, and we know, and the reason is that we've been cut off the way the weather pattern has been. We've been breathing Pacific air and even air from the desert states. We had no intrusions of Canadian cold fronts for the first 2 weeks of the month. And even with the system coming through today, it really doesn't have any Canadian connection to it. So that's why it's been so warm. I mean, if the eastern half of the country, I can go down a list of the coldest first 2 weeks in November.
Yeah.
So that's where you have one extreme, you're going to get the other. But one thing I've learned with weather is Mother Nature is the great equalizer. She always adjusts it. She always will balance it at the end. The thing that people get wrong about the weather is that when we talk about averages and normals, is that that's how the weather's supposed to be. But those are just numbers.
Yeah. Yeah. Wyoming certainly is not San Diego, where it's 74 every single day. Our average comes from something way up there and something way down there.
Exactly.
Yeah, that makes sense, Don, that it's not that Canada has not exported some of its cold air. It sure did, but we had that Pacific pushing and saying, you stay over there, cold air.
I'll bring up a conspiracy here. I think the reason all the cold weather this month has been on the eastern side of the country, it's Canada retaliating from the tariff battle. And so they're trying to send it to Washington, D.C.
Right to the District of Columbia.
Here.
Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
You might be right about that. Right at D.C. All right, Don. Thank you. Have a good Monday. Day weather forecast, Don Day. Yeah, we did get that. And that was a for real Canadian cold front. And that dropped temperatures all the way down the eastern seaboard, all the way in the southeast, where they saw temps cold enough to freeze their oranges right out of the trees and their wombats or whatever they were on an alert for. What falls out of the trees in Florida? Crocodiles, armadillos, everything froze down there in Florida. Woo! That was cold. But Wyoming just got a glancing blow of that and just continued to enjoy really warm temps. Buffalo's average temperature for those first 2 weeks we talked about was 47 degrees. Normal is 38. So that's like 9 degrees above normal. That was good enough for fourth warmest 2 weeks of November, the first 2 weeks of November, what we're talking about. Big Piney, America's little icebox. I mean, Big Piney is cold in July, but Big Piney averaged almost 38 degrees for the first 2 weeks of November. 9.6 degrees above normal. Normally, Big Piney's average high for the first 2 weeks of November is a teeth-chattering 28 degrees. That was the warmest first 2 weeks of November ever recorded in Big Piney since they've been keeping records. Definitely warm. Rock Springs, 45.5 degrees average. That's 11 degrees above the normal for the first 2 weeks of November. That's good enough for their warmest first 2 weeks of November since records go back, and they go back to 1948 in Rock Springs. So, yeah, warm everywhere, warm for everybody. And that was the Pacific air influence, even a little bit of the Southwest desert air, as Don Day points out. I just fired off an email to our automotive guy, Aaron Turpin, because I want him to come on and talk about the blocky look is back. I don't know if it was ever gone, the blocky, square body, chunky look of the old Silverados, even the Ford Bronco, anything that looks like 70s and 80s, mostly 80s, I guess. They're hot again. Truck nuts around Wyoming can't get enough of them. For instance, the Chevy Silverado. Mark Hines has this story, and I'm not surprised. I always love this look, and I hate when these vehicles have undergone so much wind tunnel study, all to shave off what, 1 mile per gallon? Like, I read some stat somewhere that shows all the advances made in motor vehicles, from the technology in the engine to lightening up your average automobile, lightening them to the point where, you know, they're no longer made of Detroit steel. They're made of, I don't know, some kind of alloyed aluminum. They're so lightweight. You know, your car or truck isn't made out of what it used to be, because if you just lean on it wrong, you could put a dent in it. These vehicles have just gotten lighter and lighter, all in an effort to save you miles per gallon, to save you fuel. And then the wind tunnel research. They put these vehicles in a wind tunnel, and that's why just about every vehicle today looks like a flying wedge, because it'll shave off just enough as you drive through the air, shave off just enough of fuel usage. You'll get 0.6 more miles per gallon if your vehicle looks like it's a flying arrow. And then that's caused the cool trucks from the 80s, like the Chevy Silverado that looks like just a brick. I mean, because it doesn't cut the air well, you know? It doesn't cut through the air. But I read something that says all the technological advances, all this stuff, and today's vehicle does not get any more miles per gallon than the first Model T that rolled off the line. It's like almost the same. And I can fact check that for you. I can verify that. Model T MPG compared to today. And I think the Model T was right in line with anything you're going to see today. In fact, in some ways, depending on what you're comparing it against, is better. That old Model T. The Ford Model T got, and again, these numbers are variable depending on where you source it, but the average Ford Model T, when it rolled off the line in 1908, got 25 miles per gallon. Mostly because you couldn't drive at more than 25 miles an hour, I think. 25 miles per gallon. Compare that with anything somewhat recent, the Ford Explorer. It gets 20 miles a gallon. We've actually gone the other way. Despite all the technology shaping the vehicles so they look like a flying wedge, lightening them up, we pretty much do the same MPGs we've always done in over 150 years. Hasn't changed. Almost 120 years. So what is it all for? If we haven't really significantly improved fuel efficiency in vehicles, then let's go back to making them so we at least like them, so they at least look cool. Square body Chevy, GMC trucks are suddenly popular again, according to Mark Hines and his story. Lander area resident Ken Legstra recently sold a 1985 Chevy Silverado pickup to a potato farmer in Idaho for, guess how much? This is sticker shock. But these trucks are so popular. Ken Legstra had a 1985 Chevy Silverado pickup. That's how many years old is that? 25, 35, 45-year-old. I don't know if I'm doing the math right. 40-year-old. Right? Yeah, 40-year-old pickup truck. You'd be lucky to get what? Back when I was a kid, we were buying a 40-year-old vehicle. We were buying for like $400. No, this Chevy Silverado sold to a potato farmer from Idaho for $27,000. Legstra said it was an all-original truck, and it just reminded the farmer of the trucks he grew up with. He jumped right in it and drove it back to Idaho. Trucks of that vintage, 70s and 80s, when they were blocky, can fetch prices in the $40,000 range, depending on their condition. I see stuff in my feed all the time of for sale, like on the Facebook Marketplace. I see these trucks for sale, older, old Ford Bronco or an old Chevy Silverado. And I see them, real high prices. They're popular again. I've reached out to Aaron Turpin. I want him to come on and talk about why he thinks that those old style trucks are suddenly in vogue again. And I don't think they ever left. I think there's been a select market for those kind of vehicles. And it's just, oh man, I want to buy some of these. I'm just flipping through the article by Mark Hines and the popularity again of these 70s, 80s trucks that look like trucks and look like trucks used to. Cool. Yeah, that Evanston man's over-the-top display of Christmas lights causing a lot of conversation around town, and it is flat out viral. Have you seen yet in your Facebook feed, for instance, your Instagram, whatever you use on socials, have you seen anything concerning hashtag Wade's Lights? Wade Spivey's house in Evanston is pretty famous, and it does recall the movie Clark Griswold when he tricks out his house and he gets it plugged in and everything around him goes brown out. I mean, you can see this house from probably Sublette County, maybe Albany County. Like, you can see Wade's house from far away. And remember the Northern Lights last weekend, the extra intense Aurora Borealis we had last weekend. I think that was Wade's lights reflecting in the atmosphere. Never mind sunspots. Sun has nothing on Wade's house. Wade's Lights. Yeah, check it. Search it up. Hashtag Wade's Lights, Wade Spivey. And apparently he's a really cool dude. Everybody in Evanston loves this guy. People are stopping by to see the lights. That's a popular activity, drive the kids around in the car and go see Christmas lights. A little early for that right now, but people are making the trek intentionally, driving hundreds of miles from neighboring states just to go see Wade's Lights. They're making the pilgrimage to say, we were there. We saw Wade's Lights at his house, his Christmas display. And you can get the t-shirt while you're at it to prove you were there. Been there, done that, got the t-shirt, Wade's Lights. Here's how viral it's gone. There are retail companies in Evanston that are using Wade's Lights and the popularity to promote themselves. For instance, there's this ad on Facebook from City Drug. It says, stop by City Drug and take a look at our natural over-the-counter sleep aid supplements. Are Wade's Lights keeping you up at night? Stop by City Drugs. and think about some sleep aid supplements, sleeping pills at City Drug in Evanston, just in case Wade's lights are too bright for you. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Planet Casper, they did a take on it. A local man named Wade has once again blinded half the town after switching on holiday lights. Residents say the lights are visible from Idaho and have confused migrating geese. Local bars are now offering Wade relief specials, encouraging people to stop by and rest their retinas. Neighbors have started petitioning to fund blackout curtains rated for nuclear strength testing. City officials say they're not worried yet unless Wade's house starts showing up on NOAA satellite photos, and I think it has. It can be seen from outer space, the Great Wall of China, and Wade's lights. Check it out on Evanston, Wyoming community page on Facebook. They have over 10,000 members now, a huge boost after Wade's lights were featured in Cowboy State Daily story by Jackson Walker. Check that out. Mark Hines has this story about a Wyoming pilot, Matt Guthmiller. He's from Alpine, and he's got an interesting trajectory, an interesting career, besides being a pilot, which is interesting. I mean, I'm not a pilot. He became, at the time, the youngest person to fly around the world solo. Although I thought somebody younger than him. He was 17, I think, when he did that. No, he was 19 when he did it. The pilot from Alpine, who we're going to tell you how he became to be in a co-starring role in a new Disney Plus comedy series called The Worst Flight Around the World. You can see your friend Matt Guthmiller, local pilot in Alpine, Wyoming, there in Star Valley. You can see him on the big screen. Or I guess they call it the little screen if it's Disney Plus, straight to TV. The premiere episode launched November 7th. You have to have a subscription, of course, to Disney Plus, but you can watch the show. Guthmiller plays the straight man, the calm, level-headed pilot, and he's got a co-pilot who is the comedy in the show, Juan Puff Zarito. Zarita is a YouTube star that parlayed his YouTube popularity into this gig as the co-star of The Worst Flight Around the World. We'll tell you more about this show in a minute, but Guthmiller became a pilot, got his pilot's license at age 17. He started flying lessons at age 16. Had his first solo flight in 2011. It was a two-seat 1975 Cessna 150. And he flies mainly out of Alpine. They got an airport down there. Got his private pilot's license on his 17th birthday and went on to earn an airline transport certificate. In 2014, Guthmiller, at age 19, became the youngest person ever to circumnavigate the globe solo in an aircraft. Took him 44 days, 30,000 miles, New York City to London to Greece, Southeast Asia, Middle East, Hawaii. The record has since been broken, most recently by a 17-year-old British-Belgian pilot, Mac Rutherford. But at the time, for a time, Guthmiller was the youngest pilot to fly around the world. And now that's exactly what this Disney Plus show is about. Guthmiller has a channel on socials. I think he's on YouTube as well, where he documents his flying experience. He documents his flying story. And it caught the eye of producers at Disney Plus, who reached out and said, how would you like to be in a in a reality series we're thinking about where you would fly around the world and we would kind of go with you and document what that was like. We'd send a cameraman, etc. And Guthmiller said, "You sure you want me, Matt Guthmiller?" And they said, "Yeah." And the thing almost got off the ground, and then COVID hit, and that stalled everything. And he thought, Guthmiller thought it was dead and gone, that project. They reached out in 2020 about the show, and then the pandemic, and he thought, it's over. And but there was revived interest in the show. This time, the producers said, we want to put you with this comedian, this guy, this YouTube star, Wampa Zarita. He's going to be the funny guy. You guys are going to be like the odd couple in the cabin, the odd couple in the airplane. You're going to fly around the world, and we're just going to document. We're going to turn a camera on and just, unscripted, kind of watch how you two behave. It turns out the two hit it off perfectly. Guthmiller said he feels he's got a little bit of a comedic talent. Guthmiller said, I like to think I'm kind of funny, but if you had told me 5 years ago I was going to be making a comedy for Disney Plus, I'd have laughed at you. But he says it's working. He said it works like The Odd Couple. He's sort of the straight man pilot while Zarita plays the wacko guy. Also, Zarita speaks Spanish often, and Guthmiller does not know a word of Spanish. So he said that time that's become kind of funny at times. But yeah, they filmed several locations. They went around the world in an airplane, just the two of them. Alpine's Matt Guthmiller, the pilot, and the co-pilot, Wampa Zarita. I'm excited to see this. Sounds funny. Mark Hines has the story. It sounds like it could be a sleeper hit. Wyoming pilot who owns a fighter jet co-stars in the new Disney Plus comedy. Check out that story from Mark Hines on the CowboyStateDaily.com website. We'll take a break. Come right back with more here on hour 2 of the show right after these.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily Video Newscast every morning, only on CowboyStateDaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Sometimes fatherhood.
I'm the first Viking who wouldn't kill a dragon.
Can feel like an epic battle.
But you will.
But you can change your kid's world just by being there. And with a little help, you won't believe how high they can soar.
All right, bud, you ready?
I'm proud to call you my son.
Come on!
Never stop being a dad. To learn more, visit fathersincorporated.com.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
For decades, I've taught you everything I know. How to safely build a fire. How to control the flames. What to do with hot coals. How to secure your chains. But I can only teach wildfire prevention. Only you can prevent wildfires.
It's November 17th. What do you say we do a little bit of this day in history? This day looks like this. It was kind of a popular day. Sort of. Maybe today we'll make history. Maybe today we'll add a new note, a new bullet point to this day in history. November 17th. Here's the things that happened on this day. The people of Cincinnati, Ohio raised funds for 2 cannons for Texas that became known as the Twin Sisters. 1835. Cincinnati, Ohio helped raising funds for a couple of cannons so Texas could keep Mexico at bay. Would have never guessed. 1880 this day. Rain in the face. A Indian chief surrendered with 500 followers at Fort Keogh. 1880 this day. 1906, 11 people killed in a head-on collision, train collision in Azusa, Wyoming. The collision was caused by a mistake in a train order in a telegraph. Most of the men killed were railroad employees traveling in a day coach. I have so many questions. What was the mistake? An order given by telegraph to the train operator. So obviously the order was, it's okay to go here on this track, and it wasn't because the train hit another train coming the other way. 1906 this day. My other question is Azusa, Wyoming. That sounds like a ghost town, right? It does not sound like a town that exists today. It might, but I've never heard of it. Azusa, Wyoming. Let me check that on the internet. I do not see an Azusa. I don't know where that would be. It's got to be along a train line. It's got to be along yeah. A lot of this day in history involves me looking stuff up as we talk about it. Azusa, Wyoming. Let's see what Google Maps says. Google Maps can't find it. Google Maps thinks I've lost my mind. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, that sounds like a ghost town. Azusa, Wyoming. 1910 this day, first annual conference of Wyoming clergy was held. On this day in 1925, one of the most significant earthquakes ever felt in the state of Wyoming this day. In the Bighorn area, the tremor was felt in Johnson County, Sheridan County, Bighorn. 1925, no mention of what kind of magnitude on the Richter scale, but man, it must have been pretty big. This day, 1925. This day, 1980, Christ Episcopal Church in Douglas is added to the National Register of Historic Places. Other things that happen on this day, not necessarily concerning Wyoming. November 17th, 1968. NBC is airing broadcasting a football game here's your trivia question, because this does not mention, I want to say the Jets were involved. NBC outraged football fans by cutting away from the final minutes of a game in order to air a TV special called Heidi. Problem is that NBC left fans what they thought was a sleeper game, done deal. One team it's called the Heidi incident. But it turns out that one of the teams came back and won. Now I got to search this up. Heidi incident, NBC football. I want to say the Jets were one of the teams. Oakland Raiders and the New York Jets. The game was played in Oakland. The Heidi game, or sometimes referred to as the Heidi Bowl, held November 17th, 1968, was notable for its exciting finish. Oakland scored 2 touchdowns in the final minute to win the game 43-32. However, NBC, the game's television broadcaster, decided to break away from its coverage on the East Coast in order to broadcast the television film Heidi, and it caused many viewers to miss the Raiders' comeback. Now, maybe NBC knew what they were doing and thought, Jets fans are not going to want to see this. And the Raiders come back and win that game. And it has changed broadcast of sports today. Often referred to as the Heidi game. You'll see networks now much more reluctant to leave a one-sided game, realizing that you never know. You don't want to be the Heidi incident again. This day, 1970, Douglas Engelbart received a patent for the first computer mouse. How were we living before 1970 with no mouses? Douglas Engelbart. There's a trivia question for you. What is Douglas Engelbart famous for inventing? He received the patent for the first computer mouse this day, 1970. All these things happened on this day, November 17. It's time to rodeo with the Western Ag Network.
It's the Rodeo Road Show on the Western Ag Network. Hi, everybody. I'm Will Rasmussen. It's hard to believe that in 2 weeks we will all be gathering at the Wrangler National Finals Rodeo for the PRCA's National Convention, meetings, award shows, and everything that goes with the National Finals Rodeo in Las Vegas, where there's a record payout. We'll talk about all that coming up next.
The Vermilion Ranch Fall Performance Sale is coming up November 28th and 29th at the Public Auction Yards in Billings, Montana. 2 full days of high-quality Angus genetics from one of the most trusted names in the entire breed. 1 o'clock on Friday, November 28th. 1,500 of Montana's best fancy one-iron commercial heifers sell. Bred to top Vermilion bulls and set to calve February to March. Also selling a 100-head commercial cow dispersion right out of the Diamond Ring Ranch. Then on Saturday, November 29th at 11 a.m., the sale continues with the major female offering, a 100-head registered cow dispersion of Cummins 7 and 8-year-old cows, 100 registered bred heifers, and 80 April calving registered cows. Following the females, 330 performance bulls, 180 outstanding fall yearlings, and 150 big stout coming 2-year-olds. All bulls are genomic measured and pap tested at 6,000 feet. Sale videos and bidding available at northernlivestockvideo.com.
It's more than a convention. It's where the cattle industry comes together. CattleCon 2026 is heading to downtown Nashville, February 3rd through February 5th. Gain insights from top cattle industry experts, connect with fellow producers, and take part in shaping the future of our business. Plus, world-class entertainment and inspiring keynote speakers. Whether you're there for the business, the education, or the good times, CattleCon is where it all comes together. Register today at convention.ncda.org.
There will be plenty of fanfare when the 2025 Wrangler National Finals Rodeo gets underway December 4th through the 13th at the Thomas & Mack Arena on the campus of the University of Nevada, Las Vegas. in Las Vegas. And there's a lot of fanfare a couple days before it happens. The PRCA National Convention, the back number ceremony, the awards personnel banquet, the WPRA banquet as well. There will be 118 contestants competing for gold buckles in all of those events. This is a special year for Las Vegas events. It is the 40th year already in Las Vegas after a 20-year stint in Oklahoma City. In 1985, when it moved to Las Vegas, the purse was $1.8 million, the biggest purse in pro rodeo at the time. And you know what this year is? $17.5 million, the 40th anniversary. The Wrangler National Finals Rodeo just keeps picking up steam, and Las Vegas Events never wants that rodeo to go anywhere else. But the City of Lights in Las Vegas, what a show it will be. We'll keep you up to date on everything NFR right here on the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
Thank you, Will. And that's your rodeo report. You're all up to date on rodeo. We got to take a break for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll see you on the other side with special guests. You bet. A lot more to go here on the Monday edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. A Natrona County GOP delegate was called out at the state's party's leadership meeting in Torrington on Saturday to explain a refusal to pay more than $30,000 in dues. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reports that the county chair said it's partly because of the punitive attitude of the state GOP.
There's been bigger county parties feeling like they're disenfranchised. Now there's philosophical divide a little bit with a lot of people out of Natrona feeling like, why are we so hard on county clerks? Why are we so heavy on policing them? Why does it seem like this party is headed a punitive direction? This is where it gets tricky because the party is also a structure of state law. They can't be totally disenfranchised because there is a state law providing for their representation at that state convention, and that is because they have a role in filling vacancies in Republican offices.
Natrona County Republican Party Chair Rob Hendry tells Cowboy State Daily that by the end of the biennium, the Natrona County Republican Party will have reached more than $50,000 in arrears. Ramaco's Brook Mine project in Wyoming, touted as a rare earth bonanza, is drawing fierce scrutiny from geologists and short sellers. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company stands by its pitch to investors and says criticisms are a smear campaign in search of a payday.
We've been looking into this. What is the true value of the Brook Mine, which is Ramaco's enterprise there near Ranchester? And there's differing opinions. Ramaco stands by its assertions that it is rich in critical minerals like scandium. However, there's differing opinions about how much demand there is for scandium and what the real price will be. And so that's what it really comes down to, is like how much scandium and other critical minerals really exist at the Brook Mine. And a bunch of veteran geologists are scratching their heads saying, look, from my experience, it just doesn't add up the way Ramaco says it does. Here we have Wyoming right at the forefront of a new frontier.
The emerging market for domestically produced rare earths and critical minerals like scandium is a brave new world for mining companies, investors, and economists trying to make sense of it all. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay, and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. According to some, day drinking is underrated. Cowboy State Daily's Zach Sontag reports that even as the power went out last week in part of Wyoming, that didn't faze the day drinking millbillies at the Bayou Bar in Mills.
There's a real sense of community that you get with a place like the Bayou Bar. you really can get any mixture of personalities. On the one hand, there was a moment where I'm sitting there and I've got to my right this former roustabout roughneck, left home at 14. He's a chain smoker and he is telling incredibly cringe jokes. And then on my left, I've got a Pilates instructor going on about reformers and telling me how to strengthen my core. And in those moments where for me, that really captures the promise of day drinking.
2 high-voltage transmission lines were tripped near Medicine Bow, causing tens of thousands of customers across Wyoming, Montana, and South Dakota to lose power, but that didn't faze the day drinkers at the Bayou Bar. A World War II airplane that's been converted into a one-of-a-kind motorhome was recently spotted in Wyoming. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi introduces us to Gino Lucci and his creation, the fabulous Flamingo.
It wasn't exactly a perfect airplane. It had been used during World War II, and it had gotten caught in a twister in 2008. So when he picked it up in 2015, he realized that the bottom was corroded, it was twisted, so restoring it back to museum quality just wasn't an option. But he had this dream since he was 8 years old. He saw Real People, the TV show, and someone on that show had a motorhome that was made out of an old airplane. So he decided, hey, let's do that.
The car-plane hybrid is 38 feet long, over 12 feet tall, and has a maximum speed of around 70 miles per hour and gets around 10 miles to the gallon. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
We all make choices. When it comes to alcohol, kids make choices whether to drink or not.
Bye, Dad.
Bye-bye.
Remember, I'm going to Alex's party tonight and sleeping over.
Have fun. Hey, have a seat for a second. Remind me about that party again?
Alex is just...
And adults make choices whether to talk about it. That's true of parents and every other trusted adult in a kid's life. Kids want to know our expectations when it comes to alcohol and other drugs. They want guidance and honest answers to their questions. And it makes a difference when the message is consistent and part of everyday conversations. So talk with your kids and help lead them on a positive path. Because when you talk, they hear you. For more information about talking with your kids about underage use of alcohol and other drugs, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake on a Monday. Guess who's here? D-Mad, David Madison.
Good morning.
David, have you been yet to see Wade's Lights?
No, haven't.
Why? You're behind. You got to get on that. You're going to be left behind. Wade's Lights. Just hashtag it. Search it. Hashtag Wade's Lights. The Christmas display.
Right.
It's just over the top.
Chevy Chase. And
yeah.
Christmas.
Yeah. This thing's gone viral. I don't know. Yeah, how you can. I got to get there. I got to make the pilgrimage pretty soon. So your stories had so good, so much fun. My favorite part was the most famous mattress salesman you might ever meet. I love I love this guy who's just casually mentions to a 19-year-old Montana State University student that, oh yeah, me and Anthony Kiedis we're like this. She's like, yeah, right, and you're selling mattresses now. But this dude was hanging out with Red Hot Chili Peppers before they were ever Red Hot Chili Peppers, and then he just
No, they were at the peak of their career.
Okay.
Yeah. So Adrian J. Mitchell goes by Adrian J. on stage.
Okay.
Grew up in Grand Rapids, Michigan, with the nephew of Anthony Kiedis, and so that was his entree into that world. And then when they were ready to try and make it on their own, they went out and stayed with him. I think for a couple months they lived in his Malibu mansion. and really got a taste of the good life, and then got their own place and kind of got a taste of reality where they tried to make it in LA, as many have, and kind of washed out. He said it wasn't as much that Anthony was trying to open doors for them as musicians, and they made some connections, but they just couldn't keep up, I think, with the pace of life in LA. So where did they go? They moved to not Los Angeles, but Bose Angeles.
Mm-hmm.
I guess you downshift from Los Angeles to Bozeman, Montana, where he got a job and apparently did very well at Mattress King, which is down here on 7th. And yeah, he's delivering a mattress, and there's this young, Morgan, who would become his wife. She's there, and she's got Anthony's scar tissue. Anthony Kiedis wrote a memoir called Scar Tissue, which is a bestseller, and sitting on her nightstand. So naturally, what does one do, right? He mentions, and then when I interviewed her, she was very funny about it. Like, who is this poser? But it's true, as we report in today's story or yesterday's story, and they're still together. They made it to Cody, and it sounds like things are going very well for them. They've found a community there of not only fellow artists, but a faith community that they're a part of. And Cody, like Bozeman, has this amazing access to wild places, and so yeah, I'm cheering them on. I hope that the story helps get some traffic. These days, it's very difficult to, even if you're a successful musician, it's difficult to sell music, right? And so you have to perform live, and so one way to market your music is just by independently putting it out there online. And so he's got a Substack page. Adrian has a Substack page where he has a memoir. If you want to hear all the details about his time in Los Angeles, you can read his blog about the experience, and then you can also tune into his latest music. There are 2 songs up there. It's very uplifting. It's very cleanly and nicely produced. I spoke to other musicians who testified to that, and yeah, we're here to cheer on those that are trying to put out their creative endeavors.
Adrian J, maybe not a red hot chili pepper, but a lukewarm chili pepper, hanging out with that kind of fame. And then he's making a reverse migration to success, but I would call it an actual uplift. I think every time he's moved, whether it's from Malibu to Bozeman and Bozeman to Cody, he's moving up the scale, not down. Adrian J and his wife Morgan now join a burgeoning Cody music scene. Jillian Nordberg, who I love her. Kaylin Beasley's been on this show a couple times. So is Jillian. There's a scene going on. If I'm, there's no such thing, I guess, anymore of record producers or, agents. But if I were like getting together, I would highlight the Cody scene. I would be a record label in Cody, Wyoming, and sign all of them. It's a cool.
We have to plug our very favorite, which is Wendy Core, our former colleague.
Oh, dang. Wendy Core. Absolutely. Her daughter is getting married, I heard.
Oh, well,
yeah.
Cheers to that. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that is so cool. And I don't know, for some reason, I'm reading the story and it's pretty neat. Like I could totally see how Adrian J gets, you brush up against somebody who's had great success, who's fame, wherever they go, people are screaming his name. He's in a Malibu mansion and you're getting a taste of that lifestyle and you're trying to live it. But if it's not you, you're just riding on coattails. When the coat goes away, you see how tough it is to live that life. Like you can't pretend. It's like the millionaires keeping up with the billionaires in Jackson. They see they can't do it after a while, but it's fun while it lasts. What a cool story. And yeah, I don't mind. I totally believe Morgan when you think about on the list of believable dudes, mattress salesman is right up there with this guy's spinning me a yarn. Oh yeah, I know. Me and Kiedis are, yeah, right. What else is? Oh, I didn't get a chance to read this whole story, so I want you to tell me why this Cheyenne teacher is so beloved, man. The teacher promises the kids in the class, look, I got your back, not for this school year, forever, man. If you ever need me, Eric Kroc says, I'm here for you. Is that true?
I think when we hear about education stories and teachers, it's often about burnout and budgets going down and, kind of gloom and doom. And so it was really inspiring to me to hear about a teacher that has since retired, but had, kind of laid the groundwork long ago with, thousands. I think he said it was 3,500 students that he could pick out and say something about, which is amazing. Like, I can't remember someone's name I just met, and he's got 3,500 kids in his head still. And he started this tradition of doing the for life sign and doing a selfie when he would run into them out in the community. And even I think they were doing it at school too. And so we picked out 3 former students, well, really he picked out as we talked to him, but they all happen to have one thing in common. They're all performers in Cheyenne. And so not only is he just the friendly teacher that you run into at the mall during Christmas, he's the guy that shows up for all your shows. And so, I think that basically that it's possible that it's not just feel good language and superficial stories about teachers going the extra mile. Like this is going the extra mile for decades and being a friend, to these 3 folks who've really found their own success in Cheyenne and beyond, and point back to this history teacher in 8th grade as part of the foundation that they've grown upon. So yeah, I was definitely inspired. History was my favorite subject, history and English, and I definitely didn't have that close a relationship, but there were those charismatic teachers that were able to make things come alive. And I think that's really the big lesson for these students, is that you put energy and enthusiasm into anything and you can make it engaging and part of your success story. So yeah, cheers to Eric.
Yeah, for the thousands of students that enjoyed Eric Kroc and his teaching for a semester or for a school calendar year, don't forget, he's got you for life.
Yeah, it's for life.
I'm doing it backwards. That's a cool story, David. Ramaco, well, they're getting a little pushback from these short sellers. Some people want to claim that Ramaco's Brook Mine isn't all that. Some are saying that's just a crapped out coal mine. That's all it ever was. Ramaco says, no, we got some rare earths in here, including probably scandium, which you're going to need in your 6G wireless, just so you can get your orchestrated drone attack going. What's happening?
Yeah, I want to make it clear that we're not saying who is right or who is wrong in this story. I think what we've done here is report what is happening. And what is happening is that you had this big grand opening to the Brook Mine.
Yeah.
And as soon as my coverage of that came out, I started hearing from these geologists, including one that lives down the street from me, and here in Montana. And so they were saying, hold on, timeout. I think Ramaco is overplaying their hand here. And so what we tried to do is just lay out the evidence on either side. And Ramaco stands by its assessment. It has really apparently optimistic backing from some major Wall Street firms. It has backing from some, the Department of Energy. And it has backing from investors who continue to put money toward it. The short selling, if anyone saw the film based on Michael Lewis's book about the 2008 financial crisis, where short selling is betting that something on Wall Street's going to fail. And in the Big Short, the Oscar-winning film, they bet that these real estate bonds were going to fail. Well, here, Wolfpack Research is betting that Ramaco is overplaying its hand and its stock is going to go down. And so Ramaco counters say, well, you can't trust anything they say because they're just trying to drive our stock down to make a buck. Well, that may be true. But what's also true is that a lot of geologists who aren't short selling are coming to us saying, look, we do this for a living. We assess mines for a living, and we just don't see the numbers adding up. It really all comes down to how valuable is scandium. Ramaco thinks it's going to be a real juggernaut of a commodity. Others say that the demand just isn't that high and that the prices won't go as high as Ramaco believes they will. So, I think our default position at Cowboy State Daily as a community news organization is to be optimistic about any venture that fellow Wyoming residents are pushing forward. But we also got to report what is happening. And what is happening is that skeptics are coming forward, and they have been since July when I first reported this. So yeah, I hope readers the big takeaway is that we're not declaring a winner or loser here with this story. We're saying this is the state of play. This is the current debate over this mine.
Yeah, I think it's fair. You're not reporting news if you don't have all the news. Give us a well-rounded picture. We're not the only ones saying these things. MiningIR.com wrote a story. It's an industry news site. They wrote a story headline from Wall Street to Rare Earth, how Randall Atkins, he's the guy behind Ramaco, turned a $2 million coal mine into a $37 billion rare earth elements bonanza. If Ramaco is overplaying their hand, they've duped a lot of people, including U.S. Secretary of Energy Chris Wright. He was there for the groundbreaking of the Brook Mine in July. Governor Mark Gordon, the who's who list. So there's a lot of people pretty pro after this. Scandium, if it turns out, is something we want. Only the Chinese do it. U.S. imports 100% of its scandium supply, and China controls about 80% of global production. So, yeah, we'll see.
There could be more than scandium. There's, I think, gallium. And so it really, the other thing that's come out since the story went live the other day is that pointing out that it's not just having the deposit, it's can you economically process it in a way that turns a profit. You can often have a deposit, but the process of turning it into the commodity that you can then sell can sometimes cost more than it's worth. And that's still a story that's being written.
That's where Ramaco says it has the tech in this soft coal to do something truly unique, to siphon out the rare earths in a way never done before.
Yep. Yeah, and I think that they've got a pilot project going. There's another pilot project up in near Upton that could be an example of how you productively and profitably process rare earths. And so yeah, Wyoming, same old story. No matter the energy sector, Wyoming has a place in the pole position moving forward. And this is, here's just an example of, how much attention Wyoming's getting with lots of professionals watching this space. And that's where our story came from.
David Madison's story. One last one from you, D-Mad. Wyoming radio searches for that sweet spot. I know a thing or two about radio. They've been announcing the death of radio for a long time. And there's some things radio can do that Spotify and nobody else can.
Yeah. I think the best line from Scott Anderson there that in Jackson was, if your dog runs away, you don't call Spotify. and so I think that summarizes this potency, the value that local commercial for-profit radio still has. That I remember, we all remember when consolidation turned stations into human, projections of human personalities over the airwaves into kind of just a beeping black box that pre-programmed everything. And I think that what I learned in reporting that story is that the technology, that automation technology is still really valuable for small market radio, but you gotta put the human in the loop. And talking to folks in Douglas and Sheridan and Powell, they all had different combinations of using the technology and a different approach. But that common theme is that we are finding ways to keep it local, to keep it. What was the companion? That radio is a companion throughout your day, in a way that Spotify or the more automated big stations can't be. And more power to them. They broadcast our news too, so we definitely want them to succeed that way. And also just because it, in this increasingly consolidated global media landscape, the more local, the better.
David Madison's story about Wyoming radio stations. It's a treacherous industry anymore, but the way to survive, keep it vibrant with humans and to keep it hyper local, micro local. Yeah, I like it. Thanks, David. Have a great Monday.
Too.
D-Mad popping in on the Cowboy State Daily. Read that story about the time the Red Hot Chili Peppers frontman Anthony Kiedis took in a Cody musician under his wing. Cheyenne teacher, beloved Eric Kroc. Thousands of students said Mr. Kroc really had our back during our time at school and after. What a guy. For life, he's got you. Ramaco mine, rare earths, or just a crapped up coal mine? You decide. Cowboy State Daily Show continues. Special guest coming up next. We're going to talk to Ben Noren, scientist extraordinaire. We're going to do a little cell therapy, so put your thinking cap on after this.
We're all just trying to keep things running for those who rely on us. That's why we don't have time to be sick with the flu.
We don't have time for delays.
We don't have time for spills.
Next.
We don't have time for setbacks. Let's be real.
Getting the flu shot
helps you fight the flu.
Get a flu shot for yourself and those around you too.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I got it. What are you doing in there?
I got stuff.
Are you a dog?
I wouldn't do that. Have you seen the pliers? Where'd you find those?
It's not your birthday.
Sorry.
Bye, Grandpa.
Bye, Grandpa.
Take care of yourself. What are you doing? What are you looking for?
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
We're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a Monday, and the following discussion is going to be so far over all of our heads, but we'll do our best to keep up with Ben Noren. Ben's the CEO, founder of Cell Drop BioSciences. He's messing around with stem cells, and so is everybody else, apparently. It's like the hottest field right now. Oh, my goodness. I've had other... The only reason I'll know sort of about what we're talking about is because I've had other guests that are doing similar, and it's just an incredible advancing area of research, stem cells. Now, you've already made breakthroughs in what you're doing, and I want to talk about that. You hope to market cell drops. I want to talk about what they are, what they look like, just in case we see them, on the subway seat next to us. Hey, like that looks like a cell drop right there. We got introduced to what you're doing through this story in the Cowboy State Daily about racehorses, and we're going to talk about why you started with horses, and hopefully this tech, this science will move to humans. Your idea was to start with humans, but for reasons we'll also discuss, that wasn't the way in. The door opened in the world of horses. It's so interesting. So first, introduce us to you, Ben Noren, and you're a UW grad, and Cell Drop BioSciences has got some affiliation with the university as well.
That is correct. Yeah. I'm a UW grad. I did my PhD at UW, and they are shareholders in Cell Drop BioSciences. But yeah, it started as my graduate work, right? So I was messing around with stem cells. We were trying to understand how we could make cells behave themselves when they're not inside of the body, right? I mean, we're these finely tuned organisms that are very precise, but you take cells out of you and suddenly they don't work the way that they're supposed to. And yeah, you guys have all probably been hearing about stem cells for the last 20, 30 years, right? They've been around a while, but we're finally figuring out how to make them work the way that they're supposed to.
Yeah, I mean, the body's, it's an incredible design we all have, from the immune system to everything, but we have seen cells behave the wrong way. We've seen renegade cells go bad. I mean, it's cancer or whatever. We've seen cells just lose their minds. Why can't we boss cells, man? And if we wanted to boss cells, we're going to start with the stem cell, because the stem cell is like the factory foreman. If we can tell the stem cell what to do, oh my goodness, the factory is going to be humming. But how do you do that? How do you instruct stem cells on what to do? What?
Yeah, well, that's the $1 million question, right? And so we kind of figured that out by tricking them into thinking that they are in the body when they're not. So the cell drop, right? Cell is half of it, and then the drop is the other half. So we figured out how to put them into these microscopic droplets. You can kind of think of them as like boba bubbles, right? If you ever had boba tea, they're these kind of squishy things. Well, it turns out stem cells live in kind of squishy tissue in your body, kind of like that. So we took that, we scaled them down so they're smaller than the width of a human hair, microscopic. We put the right number of cells in there, and suddenly they are happy as can be. They think that they are where they should be, and you can inject those suckers in to whatever injury site, and they stick there, and then the cells will pump out all of the chemicals that are acting like a foreman. They're telling the cells that are already there what to do.
Oh man, this is incredible. And I actually did picture your cell drop being sort of like the boba, the things. And I did have that image, man. All right, we're on the same page there. I could find my way around the lab. I just need the white coat.
That's
interesting.
Right.
So Ben Noren is with us. We're doing stem cell therapy, so hang on. We'll try not to leave too many people in the intellectual dust. with stem cells, what you're trying to do now, stem cells, I mean, cells do everything for us, and then they're going to fight off what they perceive as invasive, some kind of foreigner to the body. And that's how our cells work in the immune system. They're going to fight off disease and sickness. In your case, you're teaching stem cells. You're trying to get to rejuvenate a joint that's gone bad. You're trying to use them for injury and teach these cells, here's how you fix a knee. Here's how you know how to fix the joint cells, but we're going to instruct you like that's all you should do. Ignore everything else. This is your task. Is that so? Basically, you're doing it with repairing injuries, sports injuries, or whatever.
We sure are, yeah. And that's it's kind of a good point. So like we've got these cells in us. Why don't they work the way they're supposed to, right? Because that's why they're there. You cut your finger, your immune system sort of calls cells to that area of injury, and then stem cells come and teach the other cells how to fix it. Well, for stuff like joints are a great example. They are shielded from the immune system. It's really hard for cells to get there. And so when you get an injury, like I don't know if you've ever torn a ligament in your knee, right? It takes forever to heal. Like 5 times longer than it would take like your bones to heal, just because bones have a lot of blood, a good blood supply, joints don't. And it's kind of the same with like tendons, ligaments, all over yourself too. Those are slow healing tissues because it's hard to get cells there to instruct the tissue to heal correctly. And so, the idea with stem cells to begin with is, well, why don't we just take a bunch of these and inject them there? So we skip the whole having to have them migrate and get there. But it turns out when you have a damaged tissue like that, you put cells that aren't supposed to be there. And they die. They basically commit suicide. They're like, no, we hate this.
Yeah.
And then they don't do their job. So by keeping them happy, by putting them in these drops, we chill them out a little bit, and they're like, okay, like we're happy, we're in our little cell drop, and then they're able to interact with the chemistry around them, and then they start to tell the tissue to heal and to heal properly. So it's a little more robust than by itself.
That is so interesting. Ben Noren is talking with us, the CEO, founder of Cell Drop BioSciences. And we're trying to fix like a wonky joint. We found out that the body has its cells, and if there's an injury, the body will command cells, hey, come over here and fix this. But the casting call sometimes attracts few actors who want the part, or not enough, or they're too slow getting there. And then when they get there, they're like, this is not the part I wanted. All kinds of problems. So we need to help these stem cells. That's what Ben's outfit is doing. So I imagine one of the first things you found out years ago, and how long you've been at this, like 3-4 years at least.
Yeah, longer than that. Let's see. I started my PhD in 2015. So it's been at least since then that I've been thinking about this. And Cell Drop was founded in 2019-ish. So it's been a minute.
You have the cell drop idea. You think, all right, I'm going to get all these stem cells. They're going to have one job, one task. They're going to be so robust doing what they do. You got to keep them alive outside the body. And there is a challenge. I don't even know how you do that. But how do you, did you find out when you injected these or put these cells in a body, a host body, that the first thing was the body said, this is a foreign invader. We're going to fight and kill what Ben just created. Was there a lot of problems with the immune system recognizing these cells and thinking, oh, they're friendly or they're not?
Yeah, so that's kind of a long-standing problem with what's called allogeneic therapies. And so that's a fancy science word that basically means you take a cell from one person and you put it into X number of other people, right? And that's great from a perspective of we want to make a product, right? Because it takes a lot of time and effort and expense to take your cells out, process them, and then put them back in. And that's how it's been done to avoid immune system rejection. But our hydrogel, our droplets, kind of serve a dual purpose, right? So they keep the cells happy, and help them work better, but then they also protect them from that immune response. And so they're basically hiding from the immune system. Cells have these little things called antigens on their surface, right? And when the immune cells basically touch those antigens, they get signals and it freaks your body out and can cause it to reject those cells. So by hiding them in the droplets, the immune cells inside of you can't see those antigens, and they're kind of stealth cells.
Nice. Okay, is this a stupid question, Ben? How do you get the stem cells that you use in the drops to stay there? Like, here's your job. You're going to work on this ACL tear. Don't go running off to the shoulder. The shoulder's fine. Don't go over here. How do you keep them there?
Yeah, no, that's a great question. And that's what sort of we did some cool engineering with, right? So we got the cells in these droplets, and your body's a finely tuned machine, right? So you want to keep the cells where you inject them, right? So you put them in a syringe, you inject them, let's say it's your shoulder, you inject them in your shoulder, and then they're stuck there in the droplets. But we only want to keep them there for so long, because you keep them there too long, then suddenly they start to freak out again, right? Like you're done healing, the cells are still pumping out signals, and that's no good. And so what we did is we created this hydrogel so it breaks down at just the right rate so that it slowly releases those cells. And after about 2 weeks, they're totally gone. And we found that 2-week period to be the right amount of time to release them slow. So they still have their stealth. You know, there's like 2 or 3 coming out at a time, and the immune system doesn't suspect anything. And then it keeps them there long enough so that they're able to talk back and forth through the hydrogel, because you can think of it as sort of like a sponge, right? Like the cells are inside of it, but you get this liquid that flows in and out and allows the chemical signals to come in and out of it. So basically, we're keeping the cells there just the right amount of time to heal injury, and we're releasing them at just a fast enough speed to get rid of them without telling your immune system that they're there. And it's kind of a very experimentally optimized system that we got going.
Holy cow, my head just exploded. Ben Noren, Cell Drop BioSciences, what they've been doing is developing a biological therapy using allogenic stem cells encapsulated in microscopic hydrogel droplets. What did I just say? Basically, they're keeping cells alive outside the body, and then they've come up with a delivery method. That's this cool soft cell what are those things in the drink? Think
the boba bubbles.
Boba bubble. So, I mean, this stuff is patented. You are finally, I mean, you broke through and you're like, this stuff can work. I need to start trial stuff. I need to start working it on, hockey players who've blown out their knee. And you're like talking to the right people. You're shopping it around, I guess. You're in Philly at some medical thing. And you finally figure out why you're not getting anybody knocking on your door. You're talking to orthopedic surgeons. You're like, hey, I got a new thing that it could fix a joint problem. And you know what? These guys aren't in that business. These guys are in the business of fixing knees, not necessarily having the body fix them. They want to do that so they can collect the check. So that's why we're talking about horses today. Explain what happened there.
Yeah, definitely. So we got this grant from the National Science Foundation, which was pretty cool. Essentially, they gave us some money and said, hit the road, start talking to potential customers. And we were like, oh yeah, it's going to be orthopedic people, right? Like knees, cartilage, like we can help them. Turns out they are like mechanics, right? They are super specialized and super good at whacking your joint out with a hammer and putting a fake one in, which is great. Nothing wrong with that. But they weren't super excited to hear that we were maybe going to replace them and make their very specialized skill obsolete, right? As you could understand. So we're sitting at the hotel bar bemoaning this when the guy next to us turns around and says, hey, I own race horses. If you could fix my horse, I'd pay a lot of money for that. And we're like, oh, okay. We did some digging. Turns out horses are pretty delicate animals, right? Like they break themselves quite frequently.
They get hurt a lot.
They do. They do. They don't heal well. They're pretty bad at it, and they cost a lot of money. And that's kind of those three things. Oh man,
yes,
great for us, right?
Suddenly, Ben, the math starts mathing. You're like, I like where this is going.
That's right. That's right. So we figure we start talking to racehorse owners, and then expand to sort of like the performance horse people in general. And we hear the same thing. They're like, yeah, my horse broke X. It didn't heal in time. I lost a lot of money because it should be out there doing its sports, and it's, sitting around not getting better.
Yeah.
And we're like totally cool with stem cell therapy, but we wish it worked better. And we're like, oh boy, do we have the thing for you. So we launched out on this path to bring this new stem cell therapy to the veterinary sector, specifically to performance horses. And yeah, that was about 5 years ago now. And we have since then, through several NSF grants and a couple rounds of funding, brought it through small animals and had super promising results in small animals. And we're right now running a big trial with Colorado State University in horses to assess the safety and efficacy so that we can then basically bring it to market.
Incredible. You probably read about this on the Cowboy State Daily story. What Ben Noren is doing with Cell Drop BioSciences with the horses. That one horse that just never panned out in racing, in fact, never got rode. He just he washed out. So that's been our guinea pig. I just wondered when I read that, it sounds like the donor animal, the donor living thing, when you do stem cell extraction, is that hard on them? Does it hurt? How often can you go there? Because I think you go into the bone marrow. What is that like? What is it life like for the donor?
Yeah. So you guys might have read Perry, our donor horse.
Yeah.
He lived at Colorado State University. And yeah, it's actually, it's not too bad of a life. The taking bone marrow from a horse or from you doesn't really hurt you. So the process looks like this. They take an anesthetic, and they sort of inject it into his sternum, basically. So that's kind of where it's easy to get to the bones to draw the marrow. And then they give him some happy drugs, and so he's sort of standing there all buzzed and unsuspecting. And you take a special syringe, basically, that goes into the bone and pulls out that marrow. And so you get this syringe that's full of this super dark red kind of jelly stuff, which is the bone marrow. And it has hundreds of thousands or millions of these stem cells in it, right? Like it is dense, because that's where the stem cells develop in your bone marrow. So we basically, without any pain to Perry, are able to pull that bone marrow out, and then we bring it back to our lab in Laramie and process it, turn it into pure stem cells. And those stem cells will grow in the lab. And so we grow them up to tens of millions of them, and then we freeze them down. So they're ready to use when we need to put them into our droplets. So yeah, and Perry would get a drive every 3 to 5 months. It's not that often because we get a lot of cells from him. And now that we have sort of as many cells as we'll need for forever, basically, we have hundreds of millions of these stem cells frozen down. He lives his best life. He went home with Natalie. You might have read about Natalie. She has a ranch in Loveland, and he gets ridden and hangs out with his horse buddies on this ranch. Yeah, he's got it chill.
And he has no idea how many other horses he may be helping.
No idea. Yeah, totally oblivious.
Wow.
But boy, lots of horses are going to get help because of him.
Ben, just a couple more things. Ben Noren is CEO, founder of Cell Drop BioSciences. Cell Drop is trying to heal tendon, ligament injuries with stem cells placed in microscopic droplets. Now, right now, we're helping your favorite roping horse. The idea is one day we're going to help your favorite uncle. We're going to transfer this to human. I have to ask you, with the current political climate we're in and the funding that you get in smaller type size operations like yours, you depend heavily on funding. National Science Foundation, has been a lot of Trump cuts. Are you still surviving?
Yeah, we have survived. It's taken a lot of creativity and a lot of late nights on my part. But yeah, it certainly hasn't made it any easier to to bring this revolutionary therapy to market. But yeah, we've persevered through it. We've got our funding cut out at least twice, and kept getting it back. And we are still full steam ahead with some delays. We've probably lost about a year, maybe a little over a year from our timeline, but we're still going strong.
Find out more on the interwebs. They got the cyber profile at celldrop.co, not to be confused with celldrop.ca, Canada, where they're working on stem cells to fix hockey players after they get their teeth knocked out. No, I'm just kidding. Celldrop.co. Find out more about BioSciences. So cool, Ben. Man, I hope we're going to see Nobel after your name one of these days. I'm telling you, this stem cell therapy is just so incredible, the field. And every day, you never know what kind of advancement will be made. It's fascinating. Thanks for coming on today.
Yeah, you're so welcome. Pleasure to be here.
All right, have a great Monday. We're going to roll along. We got to take a break here and come right back with more of the show, the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, back after this stuff.
Eva Marie smoked 12,000 packs of cigarettes over 15 years. She quit, and now there's a new lung cancer screening that could save her life. You stopped smoking. Now start screening. No matter how much you smoked, early detection could save you. Talk to your doctor or learn more at savedbythescan.org.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SEM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
We come from a long line of farmers, and there's a sense of pride, but there's also a significant amount of pressure.
Farmers have to take care of their physical and their mental health, because what's a farm without a farmer?
Watching the sun come up, that's my time. I can have a cup of coffee, and every day's a new opportunity.
That's cool. Your hand's gotten so Yay!
Don't forget to check in on yourself. Love your mind.
Well, we're going to go from the laboratory where we're doing a little bit of stem cell research. You know, that's how we roll on the Cowboy State Daily Show. Real highbrow stuff here. We're going to go from that to a little bit of day drinking with Zachary Sontag. And all I can think about with this story is, how does a journalist draw an assignment like this? How do you do it, Zach? And teach me how, where you get paid to belly up to the bar, the Bayou Bar in Mills, Wyoming. Must be nice. Day drinking with the Millbillies during a power outage. Zach was at the Bayou Bar when the power went out. Of course, it's not a matter of where Zach is when the power goes out. It's a matter of which bar is Zach drinking at when the power goes out. Zachary Sontag says day drinking is underrated, playfully subversive, a little edgy. It's a statement that tells the world I do what I want when I want. Yes. Even the power going out doesn't faze the day drinking Millbillies at the Bayou Bar in Mills. I love it. This bar and lounge looks like so many other Wyoming dives. I hope they don't at the Bayou Bar. I hope they don't take that as a derogative. That's not meant as a negative. Dives are good. And the Bayou Bar and Lounge is so divey. I mean, these are the kind of places that from the outside, from their exterior, nothing about them is very welcoming. Like, I see this bar and I think, yeah, that's probably a place I want to steer clear of. But those are the best. The Bayou Bar. And you could really meet some interesting people. It's an everybody knows your name kind of a joint. When Zach went in, I'm sure he was probably one of the only guys that was not known. Zach writes, on a Thursday afternoon, for instance, you may find yourself next to an older buddy who's kind enough to show you his 38 special on request. Hey, let me see, what handgun are you toting around? Yeah, that's a bar stool conversation. And then, on the other side, you may have somebody else who's got the 30-30 in his rifle rack out in the truck. He'll show you that. It's all about firearms at bars, right? But Zach met a lot of interesting characters, colorful characters. And he talks all about it. We'll tell you all about it. Day drinking in Mills, Wyoming at the Bayou Bar. Tough work if you can get it, huh, Zach? We had one of our listeners chime in with a helpful memory jog, although I was too late getting to it. I was too late seeing it, but thank you for reminding me. It was the Heidi Bowl, the Heidi incident that happened on this day in history, 1968, when the Oakland Raiders made a big comeback to beat the New York Jets, and NBC had pulled the biggest gaffe. They cut away from the football game. They said, this one's over. Jets got this well in hand. Let's go to our made-for-TV movie, Heidi. And they started playing that, and fans on the East Coast never saw their beloved Jets blow that one. They had to learn about it the next day in the paper. This is pre-internet, of course. So as a Jet fan, when NBC pulled the plug and started playing the movie, you're like, oh, well, that sucks. Well, at least we got this one wrapped up. And then you find out on the subway the following morning, the Jets lost that game. 2 touchdowns in the final minute from the Oakland Raiders, the then Oakland Raiders. And everybody on the East Coast missed it because NBC went to the movie. They call it the Heidi Bowl incident, and it's the reason why today networks are much more careful about cutting away from games they feel have gotten out of hand, because you never do know. Anna Louise Jackson, great story about this Montana woman who makes unique jewelry from porcupine quills, which makes me think, where do you get the quills? Where do you find your average? And she gets them right out of the porcupine. She plucks quills from dead porcupines that have died. You know, you better call Brooke Foth. I hope that's how you pronounce her last name, F-O-T-H. Brooke Foth, Montana jeweler, who makes really unique, let's say, earrings, for instance, from porcupine quills. Took her about 4 hours to pluck 1,000 quills from a dead rodent the other day, but that's going to make a lot of jewelry. Yeah, one spring day, Brooke got an unusual text from her father. "I got you a porcupine," he texted. And Brooke said, "I'll be right over." After all, that's her raw materials for the jeweler that loves to work with quills from dead porcupines. All right. Read that story in the Cowboy State Daily. A Montana woman plucks her own quills from porcupines to make unique jewelry. That's in the Cowboy State Daily. We got 1 hour to go on the show. Mac Watson will be popping in. Dale Killingback will be here as well in the next hour. Don't go anywhere. It's top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
It's time to take a look at what's happening around Wyoming. From the Cowboy State Daily News Center, I'm Mac Watson. Chevrolet and GMC ended their legendary square body pickup line in 1987 and their square body Suburban and Blazer line a few years later. But Cowboy State Daily's Mark Hines reports these vehicles are now hot again and truck nuts around Wyoming want them.
It's just funny how, they were just kind of run-of-the-mill vehicles back then, but they become these really kind of cool, high-value collectors. They're considered vintage and cool now. Trucks that might have bought them off the showroom floor for a few $1,000s back in the day.
Automotive writer Aaron Turpin in Cheyenne tells Cowboy State Daily that the current fever for Chevy square bodies, as well as their square body Ford counterparts, is rooted in nostalgia. But Turpin adds, square bodies also seem to be popular with teens and young adults as well. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak is offering some helpful advice for criminals. Don't talk on a jail telephone about selling stolen stuff and drugs to raise money to get out of jail on drug charges. Cowboy State Daily's Greg Johnson reports criminals come up with some convoluted but stupid plans to get bail money.
Basically, the plan was these other people go down to that supplier, get some drugs. They also go out to a storage unit that he has where he has stashed a bunch of stolen merchandise that he's stolen from around Cheyenne. They fence that stuff. They go down to Denver to get the drugs and sell it all to get money so that he can get out of jail.
The sheriff tells Cowboy State Daily that even after being in law enforcement for over 40 years, criminals still do things he's never seen before. I'll be back with more news from the Cowboy State Daily News Center right after this.
The Wyoming way of life. There's nothing like it. And no financial partner like your local cooperative credit union to help you live life the way you want to. We help you save for a brighter future, borrow for your dream home, start your small business. We've got your finances, and you've got plans, so go ahead, pitch a tent, head for the rodeo, reel in a big trout, fire up the smoker. Wyoming's credit unions are here to stay and here for you.
Cowboy State Daily News continues now. Gillette Judge Paul Phillips, a.k.a. author James Chandler, has written 8 best-selling legal thrillers inspired by his life experiences. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker reports that Phillips has just signed a deal with a major Hollywood producer with the goal of turning his book, Misjudged, into a 6 to 8-part docuseries.
He got a letter one day, and it was from a producer. He didn't know if he should take it seriously. So he sent it to his publisher, and his publisher said, yes, that's serious. That's a legitimate producer. Email him back immediately. So he did. And he has since signed with this producer. He's not allowed to say who it is.
Being a best-selling legal thriller writer is just one facet of his life. Phillips is also an avid outdoorsman, veteran, and of course, a circuit court judge. Larry Bentley was hired to trail 30 quarter horses for 450 miles by himself across Wyoming and into Colorado. Cowboy State Daily's Jackie Dorothy reports that this was no small feat back in the mid-'80s as Bentley took these horses on an outlaw trail where the Hole-in-the-Wall gang used to trail their stolen horses 80 years before.
When Larry Bentley took on this horse drive in 1984, most horses were being transferred by semi-truck. So this was really unique, and that's why it's one of the very last known ones that went through this remote territory. What made his trip really difficult was not only was he going through areas where there weren't many people, but there was also wild horses that were trying to steal his mares. So he wasn't even able to stop along the route on some of those areas.
That successful trip and a lifelong of cowboying earned Bentley a place in the Wyoming Cowboy Hall of Fame. He's still in the saddle today as he and his family run a cattle operation in Hot Springs and Fremont counties. Ramaco's Brook Mine project in Wyoming, touted as a rare earth bonanza, is drawing fierce scrutiny from geologists and short sellers. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reports that the company stands by its pitch to investors and says criticisms are a smear campaign in search of a payday.
Ramaco stands by its assertions that it is rich in critical minerals like scandium. However, there's differing opinions about how much demand there is for scandium and what the real price will be.
The emerging market for domestically produced rare earths and critical minerals like scandium is a brave new world for mining companies, investors, and economists trying to make sense of it all. And that's today's news. Get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Hi, I'm Susan Lucci. I never thought about heart disease until I had my own heart event. I had heard many times that heart disease is the #1 killer. It went in one ear and out the other, frankly. I never had a health issue, but suddenly I had that pressure, that elephant pressing on my chest. By the time I got to the ER, the doctor decided to give me a CAT scan. I had a 90% blockage in my main artery and a 75% blockage in the adjacent artery. I received 2 stents in my arteries. Stents developed through research funded by the American Heart Association. That's why I'm in front of you today. I'm so grateful to the American Heart Association. Their research helped save my life. Put yourself on your to-do list. It could be the most important thing you ever do. Learn more about the American Heart Association's life-saving work at helpheart.org.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake. It's a Monday, so Dale Killingback is here. Good morning, Dale.
Hi, Jake. How are you?
I'm good. Boy, if you thought those data centers going in Wyoming are going to be power hungry, it's nothing compared to Wade's house in Evanston. I'm just trying that one out on every guest we have today. Wade's house in Evanston has gone stupid viral. I mean, if you just type in the hashtag Wade's Lights, you'll learn all about Wade Spivey's Christmas display that's like way over the top. And Wade's been doing it for a long time. It's not like you should be surprised that when you drive by his house, you got to wear shades. It's bright.
Yeah, some people just like Christmas, and he really likes Christmas. Is that correct?
Really likes Christmas. Yes, and breaking news, Bill Gates says TerraPower will dedicate a whole wing of its nuclear production to keeping Wade's house lit. I can't imagine. There's probably a GoFundMe to pass the hat to his electricity bill has got to be. And, of course, there are 2 things you can see from outer space, the Great Wall of China and Wade's lights. Yeah. And there is a T-shirt, too, by the way, in case you wanted to live it year-round, Dale. Been there, done that. Like, people are making the pilgrimage to the Mecca. Wade's from Salt Lake, neighboring states. People are driving hours to go see his light show at his house. And then when you're there, you can buy the t-shirt, Wade's Light.
Yeah, I'm sure there's going to be more souvenirs coming, right?
Gotta be. I mean, this is huge. Almost as huge as this story from Dale Killingbeck. Dale, I'm glad you did this because I was talking to Brian Pedersen the other day about humans fighting robots. And Brian, I asked him about Brock, his son, because Brock, his son, is a really good kicker, like could be headed for the NFL. And I said, how's Brock doing? Because the Giants need a kicker. And he laughed. He said, yeah, he's going to be playing this game. And he described the game's going on in Dakota, South Dakota. And I didn't understand why Brock would be in this game. And I didn't get it. And you've got this all Cheyenne trio reunites as college football rivals in North Dakota. Sorry, not South. So what's going on with this football game, and why are we going to see one of the Pedersens there?
Well, it actually happened over the weekend, yeah. But three kids that played for Cheyenne Central all came together for the first time in 4 years because one of the kids, Xander Jarosh, I don't know if I'm saying that right, his team played the North Central, and so they were able to be on the field the same time, in uniform, and it was a reunion for all the family. So it was really a cool thing, 4 years, and they had grown really close being at high school and growing up together. And so this is the first time they've had like a reunion, since those high school days.
I bet a lot of people made the trip from Cheyenne. Yes.
Yeah, that was the plan. I haven't talked to him since the game, but that was the plan.
Yeah, I know Brian was going, probably bringing his beautiful wife. And yeah, to see Brock kick. I remember when Brock was kicking for Central, and there was people. Brock, I mean, he was kicking like NFL length, professional length field goals. And some people were saying you should transfer to like a better high school, a better team. And he's like, I don't know if he was school loyalty or he's like, no, on this team, we get a lot of drives that stall out. They can't score a touchdown and they call me in to kick like a 50-yard field goal. He's like, I get lots of opportunities with Central. He's my favorite kicker. What a cool story. Now I learn why those three were all playing football in the same field. Yeah. Excellent.
Yeah, and apparently his brother had an invitation to go to the Jamestown, University of Jamestown football team for like a visit. So they're looking at him apparently as a kicker as well.
All right. Cool. Very good. I love when Wyoming kids can make good in any avenue, but definitely sports. We don't have many people in this state that go on to play professional sports. Let's talk about Dale Killingbeck's Weston County clerk. She was in court. Is this her first appearance for blowing off that subpoena? What did she do? She pled not guilty.
Yeah, this was her initial appearance, and she appeared in court with her attorney, and they said they're asking for a jury trial. And so she pleaded not guilty. They're set it up for a jury trial. She was given a $500 PR bond, and the judge told her to make sure you stay in contact with your attorney. And I'm sure they'll be looking for her to appear when the jury trial gets set up.
Becky Hadlock was invited, if you can call the subpoena an invite, to appear before a committee regarding the whole election snafu. And she said she had other plans, and she sent two of her minions in her stead. And I didn't think... I mean, I know you can't just ignore a subpoena, but I didn't know it was that bad. Like Tom Lubnow, Cowboy State Daily lawyer, columnist, he wrote an article about that. He's like, Becky, you can't just not show up for a subpoena. Like, it's pretty serious. And yeah,
Yeah, the statute says, our colleague Claire wrote about, the statute says that if you blow off a subpoena, you're going to be facing some court time. So that's exactly what happened. I don't think the people on the committee had an option. She had to appear before go to court, for this misdemeanor charge.
Yeah, she just cannot stay out of legal trouble. I mean, I know Secretary of State Chuck Gray he wants action. The governor said he's not going to remove her. He's going to let voters decide. And we all know about what happened with that election. But, man, I've just gone from bad to worse if you don't show up on a subpoena. All right, what are you doing this week, Dale? Back to work.
I am back to work. I was on vacation. That's why you didn't see a lot of stories from me. But now I'm back at it. So we will see what I can come up with.
Did you get
one of the things I did was I talked to the guy that was burned severely in Jeffrey City, and so I'm gonna have a follow on him coming up.
Wait, what was this? Is this
this is the rancher in Jeffrey City there was an explosion and he was laying out there for 5 hours or 6 hours, and then his kids found him. This was back in July.
Ooh.
And then he went to Salt Lake City, and we did a story on it. So I just talked to him as a follow-up to see how he's doing. So I'll have a story on that this week.
Good idea. I hope he's doing well. I hear that's like one of the most painful things. Childbirth, according to women. Kidney stones, according to me. And then, burn victims to talk about. It's just nothing but pain. Oh, my goodness. Well, good, Dale. I'll be glad. I hope that's good news on that front.
It is.
All right, buddy. Have a great Monday.
Hey, you too. Take care.
Dale Killingback on the Cowboy State Daily Show. And read a couple of his stories. Weston County Clerk Becky Hadlick appeared at Casper Circuit Court. She's got to answer to the charge that she did not show up for a subpoena. She pleaded not guilty. Becky sat beside her defense attorney, our buddy Ryan Semerad. We love Ryan. Ryan's he does he's on a lot of cases, Ryan Semerad. Ryan was also the guy that defended the corner crossing hunters. So Becky's got a good lawyer. We'll see how that turns out. Right now, Becky is staying out of jail and just staying in place as the county clerk. I don't know when her term is up, but I would be interested to see on what happens in the election when Weston County goes to vote for a new county clerk, whether Becky Hadlick chooses to rerun. You would assume so, because she has not stepped down here during all this kerfuffle. And I wonder if she'll get the support of her constituents in Weston County. I wonder what Weston County voters think of this whole thing. Dale Killingback also has a story about 3 high school football players who got a chance to reunite in their college careers. As fate would have it, these 3 former Cheyenne high school buddies, all from Cheyenne Central, would meet on the college football field last Saturday. They were just there in North Dakota. Family, friends got to go see a game and watch these former 3 teammates all compete at the collegiate level. NCAA Division II Northern Sun Intercollegiate Conference game. Northern State University played in that game. University of Jamestown, and featuring 3 former high school players from Cheyenne Central High. They must have had a great time getting to see each other again. Dale Killingback's stories in the Cowboy State Daily. Check those out. We'll be right back in a moment. I'm going to get Mac Watson in here, and we'll talk more sports. We'll talk Denver Broncos. He loves his Broncos, right? They won again. They might have knocked the Chiefs right out of the playoffs. What a big game that was over the weekend. We'll talk with Mac, all things sports and all things news, right after this quick break.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show, weekdays on cowboystatedaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled, perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable. Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savedbythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far. A place that I call home. I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna. It only takes a spark to make a fire start. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show Monday. Mac Watson is here. Mac, okay, I'm convinced, like the rest of America, Denver Broncos are for real.
Ah, you stole my line. Totally stole my line.
I mean,
I was going to say the same thing, man. That game yesterday, I was watching that game, and all I could think of was the metaphor of two race cars trying to pass one another. You've got these two highly performing vehicles, well-oiled machines, and they're just trying to pass each other on the Autobahn or the I-80 or whatever. And finally the Broncos did. But it wasn't easy. But the thing was, and I thought about this and I texted a buddy of mine and he went, yeah, I agree. Bo Nix has this quality about him that Tom Brady did. Now, I am not comparing him to Tom Brady. We are not there yet. But Bo Nix comes on the field like, I got this. Hold up. We're going to go down. We're going to go down and score. He's got that ice in his veins, like a Tom Brady, like a Matt Ryan, like, insert, a great quarterback like Aaron Rodgers, that kind of thing. And they just go down. And with Sean Payton doesn't panic. If there's 10 seconds left in the game, he doesn't panic. He just says, yeah, let's pull this play out. Let's run this and we'll score.
So I'm totally with you, man. I'm totally with you. I think the Broncos are for real. I cannot believe, what is it? The Chiefs are like 5-5 or something like that. They're 500.
Yeah.
They're 500. And the Denver Broncos are what, like 9-2, 9-3 or something like that. Like this is not the Chiefs of old. It really isn't. And I think the Broncos can capitalize on that and maybe, pass on that Autobahn. They're going to pass the Chiefs and on their way to the playoffs, which to me is fantastic. Denver has been waiting for this a long, long time. What did you see? What did you see yesterday? Because I saw Bo Nix coming into his own and just marching him down the field. What did you see?
I saw a defense that I'm jealous of. That Broncos defense. They made life miserable for Mahomes. That defense is unbelievable. I'm a Buffalo Bills fan where we have no defense, where we beat Tampa. Bills took care of Tampa Bay. But I still don't feel good as a Bills fan as I would if I was a Denver fan. Defense wins championships. We've heard that over and over. And that Denver defense. Bo Nix, I think, he's got so much poise. And the coach has helped him. Sean's... I was never a guy where if I'm the owner or a GM of a team, I'm not going to spend a lot of money on a coach. I'll save my money and spend it on a quarterback or spend, but the coach, how much influence does a coach have? Sean Payton has really changed that team. He's given that team a ton of confidence. Bo Nix, you're right, for a young quarterback, he's never rattled. And he's like, I got this. My only knock on him is something you can't fix. He's short, and he gets a lot of passes blocked at the line of scrimmage. And more teams are figuring if they can't get to him, get your hands up. A lot of passes get blocked. But he'll figure that out. He'll find avenues to throw. But Denver... Yeah,
he's not Kyler Murray, though. He's not that short.
Yeah.
He's not... He's Russell Wilson short, but he's not Kyler Murray short. That kind of thing.
They look so good.
The other thing was, too, is that I'm a little nervous for the Bills. I really am. Josh Allen, you cannot totally rely. You brought it up earlier. You cannot totally rely on your quarterback. This is not Michael Jordan. This is not Kobe Bryant. You cannot just rely on one guy to take your team all the way to the destination. You're right. You've got to have a defense. And Baker Mayfield, watch out for him, man. He's sneaky good. He's been in the league a long time, and people have said that he's good. But yesterday you saw not on film, but you know what I mean, on screen, you saw how good he is. If he just had one or two more players, the Bucks would be really, really good.
Mac, you don't have to tell me. Guess who are the two quarterbacks on my fantasy football team? I'm starting Josh Allen, and what a game he had for fantasy football points. And my backup is Baker Mayfield. So, he's tough, and his teammates always love him because he won't do any, he won't ask you to do anything. He won't do kind of a guy he'll get down and dirty. He's just guys love him, love to play for him, which means something. But I think we saw the passing of the torch in that rivalry game, Chiefs-Broncos. The Chiefs had everything to play for. They were playing for their playoff lives. They were desperate. They were a caged animal, and still Denver beat them. Wow, that was a statement win. And I think we're seeing a passing of the torch in the
But I
West.
don't know if it's a player. I don't know if it's age. Like Travis Kelce is just starting to look old. I'll just say it. He's just starting to look old, and I hate to say that because Father Time always wins. We see this in every sport, in every facet of life. Father Time's always going to win. Dick Van Dyke is going to be 100 years old, but I don't want to see him in a movie. I want to remember Dick Van Dyke when he was at his, apex of his career in Mary Poppins and the Dick Van Dyke Show. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't want to see Travis Kelce 2 or 3 years down the road and go, oh man, I remember when. Oh, you got to know when to leave the party. You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, there was a time for a big portion of that game, he was their whole offense. I mean, Mahomes to Kelce, he had a good game for an old guy.
He did, but one game. He has been absent a couple of games.
Yes.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, that the whole team is aging. It's so weird. It's two different football teams. Denver is built theirs on defense with just enough offense to win a game.
Yes.
And Kansas City has been offense with just enough defense to win most games. And look who won that latest.
But don't get too comfortable with Denver's defensive coordinator. He'll get another job in the NFL. Vance Joseph, he'll get another job.
Yeah.
He is just so good as far as defensive schemes and getting his players ready and all that kind of stuff. Yeah, his first foray into NFL head coaching did not go well, but the team is snake bit, that he went to. So give him another shot, and I think he'll get that down the road.
Yeah, well, I mean, Denver's for real. I wasn't on the bandwagon yet. I thought, let me see them beat somebody good. This game I had circled as the litmus test. If they show up, even if they keep it close in this one, okay, I'm on board. And they won it. And man, I just watched that defense.
Yeah.
Just flock to the ball. And that's a good hit without Surtain, right? He's still out.
Right, right. The other thing that I have a question about, and I haven't been able to get a solid answer, I don't know whether you know or not, is we know Sean Payton is so good. He's a quarterback whisperer. What happened with Russell Wilson and him? Russell Wilson was a good quarterback at one time. Sean Payton's a quarterback whisperer, yet wow, that did not work. Did not work at all.
Yeah.
But everybody else that Sean Payton is brought under his wing, they've thrived. But Russell Wilson, he's not playing now. Jameis Winston was playing for the Giants this weekend and doing Jameis Winston stuff, unfortunately. Just making dumb mistakes and stuff like that. So I just think it's really interesting that Sean Payton's the guy, but it's interesting how certain people aren't the guy. Okay. So
yeah, I mean, every relationship is different.
Something else?
Well, I think it's the fact Sean did not get he did not get that quarterback in his moldable years. He got
true, very true.
He got an already finished quarterback that had ways of doing it, his way. And at that time in his career, what's his name was he was a little bit like he created plays, but he extended plays. That's how he he would scramble around and extend a play.
Drew Brees, you're talking Drew Brees?
No. I'm the guy the old guy we're talking about for
Russell Wilson.
Yeah, when he got Russell Wilson, I think that's not the kind of quarterback Sean Payton likes. Is a guy who. His favorite plays out of the playbook are Sandlot. He goes to that last.
Yeah.
Sean Payton's like, no. This is the play. Right. You go from the playbook. So he gets a Bo Nix and he gets to mold him from the beginning. In fact, you saw one time when Bo intentional grounding. He was scrambling. And he got out of the pocket and could have thrown it anywhere at that point and without intentional. And he went back into the pocket and threw intentional ground. And they cut to Sean Payton and he was shaking his head like, kid, rookie mistake. And that's like Sean Payton. I think he needs a young quarterback.
Yeah.
Drew Brees was a generational talent. I think Sean knew enough to just stay out of his way, man. And just let Drew Brees be Drew Brees.
They worked really well together. Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I think he eventually let him call his own game, let him just do what he wanted. Russell Wilson, he was already getting a guy who said, this is Russell Wilson football, trying to fit a Russell Wilson peg into a Sean Payton hole, and it never really worked.
Right.
But he is a genius coach. And
he is. Hey, by the way, congratulations to Sheridan. They won their bazillionth straight 4A title,
55th in a row. Yes, they won the 4A. It was a close game against the Camels without a head coach. We know what all happened there, but
and congratulations to Star Valley. They beat Cody again. For the fourth or fifth time. I think they're on their fourth or fifth straight championship too.
Yeah. Let me look at 4 in a row for Star Valley.
Yeah.
8th in the last 11 years. They've just been so dominant.
Yeah.
And for Sheridan,
I don't know what it is in the water with those guys, but if you look, and you know this because you do play-by-play.
Yeah.
I'm up in the booth doing the PA, and I'm looking at the rosters. We've got a couple of guys who are 6'2" here in Cody.
Yeah.
We got a couple guys that are like 6'1". Star Valley 6'4", 6'4", 6'3", 6'2", 6'1". Yeah. Oh my God, there's something in the water down there.
Yeah.
They just make them big in Star Valley, man.
Well,
they really do. But congratulations.
They're big old farm boys and ranchers. Yeah. I mean, they're just bucking hay in all these little towns, Thane, Bedford, all these little towns in Star Valley. And yeah, they just have a natural workout routine. They don't need a gym, man. They're throwing hay bales around like they're nothing. Yeah, that is 5 straight for Sheridan Bronx, by the way. Their 55th win in a row, and 9 of the last 11 seasons, it's been the Sheridan Bronx in the 4A.
Now, there's a rumor going around, and I don't know because I don't work at the radio station anymore, that Cody is going back to 4A. Have you heard that?
No, but it makes sense. They should.
That they go back to 4A, so they will take on Sheridan, maybe Natrona County, Kelly Walsh, Campbell County. So that'll be interesting next year if that's the case.
I haven't heard that, but it makes sense. I know a lot of people want that.
Yeah, and there's a lot of rumors of you should be 4A. Well, maybe we should just stick with 3A. So I'm not really sure either.
Yeah, and when you see Cody, trounce Powell, you think, oh, those two should be in different conferences. It doesn't look fair. But it's school enrollment population.
Yeah, it's population.
Although when it comes to football, you do see the Wyoming High School Activities Association, you do see them wiggle around and finagle when it comes to football because it's a contact sport, and they will sometimes say, buck a team down in conference for fear they'll get these kids hurt if they're playing like the bigger team. So they will move around. Plus it's, I haven't heard that, but I'd be happy to see Cody go.
Yeah.
Go play 4A. You guys are,
Good luck in 4A, guys. We don't have to, get a running clock and, every time we play you kind of thing. So
yeah, Cody and Star Valley. It's the programs you look at. It's just continuity. They've had the same coaches. Then the program, they do it right, man.
They just have a buy-in. Yeah. These coaches just have this, like you said, program, and these kids buy into that program and they succeed. They do really, really well. So good for them.
I don't know what's going on with the algorithm in my socials feed, but all I see the last few days, all weekend, is Wade's Lights, Wade's house in Evanston, all lit up for Christmas. Hashtag Wade's Lights. Check it out. Cowboy State Daily did a story on Wade's Lights. His house is, it's that one that you got to put on shades for. And he's all over I'm looking at the Facebook page, Mac, Evanston's Facebook page, and they love Wade's Spivey. They're like, Wade can do whatever he wants. He can have it as bright as he wants over there. But the memes.
Okay, I'm going to say something really unpopular then about Wade's Lights.
Yes.
To me, it's a little passive aggressive. To me, it's just a little... it's that guy at the party that says I was a Navy SEAL and I met 3 presidents and I dated supermodels. It's like, just stop. Stop. You got a regular house at night. For some reason, you decide to light it up as like it's the North Star, for God's sake. To me, it's a little passive aggressive. Like it's a little too, what do the kids say? A little thirsty. Little thirsty, going on. So, okay. And then if you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Well, you can't go back. He can't go down a couple lumens or whatever. He can't pull it back because then everybody's like, what happened to Wade? What happened to Wade's Lights?
Yeah.
So good luck with that, Wade. We'll see how long it lasts.
Wade losing lumens. Until I got all caught up in this whole Wade thing, and now it's so viral. Seriously, there's t-shirts back. Wade's Lights. There's a t-shirt. Yeah. People are making hours-long pilgrimage to go see the house, show their kids that's Wade's house.
I don't know why you have to, because it's so bright. You can see it from like 2 states away. I mean, NASA astronauts are like, oh, there's Wade's house.
Yeah.
As they pass over in the space station.
It is significant. Yes, there are two things astronauts say you can see from outer space: the Great Wall of China and Wade's lights. Wade's house.
Lights, right? Exactly.
It is bright. But I'm on the Wade bandwagon. I like it. It's just
because you're not his next door neighbor.
Yes.
I mean, I do not want to be his next door neighbor. I really don't. Like, we'd have to put up like aluminum foil in the windows to make sure that we could actually go to bed at night. That we could actually go to sleep. Instead, it's like the middle of Alaska where the sun never sets in the summer.
It is extra, no doubt. Hey, how does Zach get assignments like day drinking in Mills? I need an assignment like that.
I don't know whether Zach needs an intervention or whether he just needs a new beat. I really don't.
I'm jealous.
No, Zach is great.
I'm living through Zach.
Yeah, vicariously, right. And the funny thing is, the most interesting thing about that story that I found, because I talked to Zach yesterday about it, on one hand, he's talking to this old roustabout that tells inappropriate jokes, 2 levels above dad jokes. And on the other side, there's a Pilates instructor. What is a Pilates instructor doing day drinking, telling about how to strengthen your core, drinking a martini? What? So I thought that was kind of really like, God, I would never have thought. I thought day drinking was, maybe you kind of sort of had a problem. Zach's like, no, there's this whole community, this affability thing going on that people are just like, I mean, it's like Cheers. It's like an old episode of Cheers. Everybody knows your name because you stop in and have a pop at 1 p.m.
Yeah, I love it. Bayou Bar in Mills. It looks so cool. I mean, it looks like a divey dive.
It does.
Which all the great drinking establishments in Wyoming have that look. The look that says they're not inviting on the exterior. There's nothing about it that says, come on in, have a beer at 1 p.m. Right. They look like sketchy. They look, but
it looks like the middle of Roadhouse. It looks like a scene out of Roadhouse. Mm-hmm. You're not going to find that bar in Mills in Scottsdale, Arizona, or the hip section of LA. You're not going to find that bar. Yeah. And what really kind of made me turn my head a little bit, like, what? The power went out. Remember the power went out in eastern Wyoming into South Dakota and Nebraska?
And Zach was there when it happened?
Nobody moved. Nobody moved. No, it was like, power's out. No big deal. I'll have another tall one. Thank you.
Yeah. When the bartender says we can't run anybody's credit card with no power, I'll have 5 right now. Yeah.
Right.
All of a sudden the ordering went up fast and furious. Hey, are you a Red Hot Chili Pepper fan?
Yeah, I saw them. God, I forget what tour it was back in the 90s.
Yeah.
And I thought they were really good. But have they been really good since 1995? No, I'm sorry. I just Under the Bridge, and that was it.
Yeah.
I'll just leave it at that. So I know that guy, Adrian.
Do you?
Yeah. Well, he lives in Cody. He lives here in Cody. Nice guy. How you wind up on a rock star's couch though, and not live off that the rest of your life. He is very unassuming. He is very quiet. He likes his music. He likes his life here in Cody. I got to tell you, man, I wind up on Geddy Lee's couch or maybe Bruce Dickinson's, casita. I am using that to my advantage in every town I go to. Are you kidding me? I'm telling Bruce Dickinson stories and being on tour with, Rush and all that kind of stuff. There's no way. Well, I'll actually tell you my claim to fame. Sarah McLachlan hit on me at Lilith Fair.
Ooh.
So Lilith Fair, it was the first year of the tour. And I was there with the radio station and I did 7 to midnight. And I interviewed her and she was like, oh, thanks for having us. This is so great. I'm like, yeah, this is so great. How did you come up with this? All this kind of stuff, blah, blah, blah. So the town had a noise ordinance that you had to be done by 10:30. Well, I was on from 7 to midnight. So I have to stay there until midnight, broadcasting live from blah, 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 Lilith Fair, Sarah McLachlan comes around and this is back in the backstage area, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a ton of people milling around and, there's a couple of radio stations And Sarah comes over and says, hey, I really want to appreciate you being here again. I'm like, oh, thanks. It's really cool. Didn't say it to anybody else. Didn't say it to anybody else. She comes back around again and says, hey, is there any place we can go get a drink after this? And I go, no, I'm not from around here. This is not, I'm not from this town. I'm not really sure where. And she's like, oh, really? Because I'd really like to go get a drink. And the 18-year-old intern from promotions, as Sarah walked away, said she was hitting on you. Dumb. Well, I can't say what she's told me, but she was hitting on you. And I'm like, there's no way, because her band, everybody, they're right behind her. I'm thinking, where can me and my band go get a drink? And the female 18-year-old intern said, she was hitting on you, dude. Oh, well.
Dang.
Oh, well. Because we really had chemistry, and you know this from doing radio for so long. There are some interviews you just want to pull your hair out and gouge your eyes out because the guest is so bad. Sarah was the nicest person, and we just had this vibe. And who wants to? I'm a troll. Who wants to go out with me? My wife still thinks she's going to leave me, or I still think my wife's going to leave me. I'm no walk in the park. But Sarah McLachlan's hitting on me. There's no way. So I didn't even think twice. I was like, oh, she's talking about her band. No.
Interesting. She's Canadian,
Yeah, that was a drawback. That was definitely a drawback. Sorry for all the Canadian listeners that we have here at Cowboy State Daily. But no, that was my claim to fame, that Sarah McLachlan hit on me, and I had Brian May of Queen actually admit he hated doing radio interviews. So that was pretty fun. Yeah. That was pretty fun. Why are you here then? Well, my manager tells me I have to be here.
Yeah.
Oh, well, then what do you want to do? Do you want to stop the interview? Well, I'd really like a cup of coffee. All right, fine. We'll cut the interview short. Thank you for ruining my day. Jeez, Brian.
It's like Harrison Ford doing the late night talk shows promoting a movie. He hates doing that. He hates it.
Oh, God. And he's so, you talk about Wade's lights. You talk about passive aggressive. Harrison Ford.
He can get salty.
Cher is just brutally witchy. That's the only way I can put it. He's just so witchy on those talk shows.
Yeah.
I mean, remember when she called David Letterman? I mean, she just came out and called him a butt, or whatever, right on live television. Everybody was like, oh my God, she's not a pleasant person either.
Yeah, there are them.
Yeah. Okay, worst interview you've ever had. Worst person you ever interviewed, where you were like,
easy.
Oh, this is pulling teeth.
Eddie Vedder, Pearl Jam.
Yeah.
Mostly because he answered in just short sentences. It was obvious he didn't want to be there.
He didn't want to be there, right?
Very early in the conversation, we were at famed CBGB's in the Bowery in New York City. And I was interviewing him with a camera crew, and there were fans outside that there was window, like they could see inside. They could see him doing the interview, and he could see the fans. And he ended the interview by inviting them all. He knew it would kill the interview because we were in a room all by ourselves in a room next to CBGB's. And he's like, let's have the fans come. Somebody opened the door, and in they flood, and the interview over. Yeah. He wasn't very nice.
Sheryl Crow for me. Sheryl Crow was either hungover or had just found out like her dog died, or she was just in a mood. She did not want to be there, and like you said, short answers, sunglasses, no smiles, like you were basically telling her she had homework to do and it was due the next day, kind of thing. She wanted no part of it.
Did you tell her that Sarah was hot for you, or that probably wouldn't have mattered?
No, I didn't have a time because she just said, I'm out. She just left. So no.
Doesn't she have that reputation? I think Sheryl Crow has that rep of being like.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I wonder if she learned it from Lance Armstrong, because I lived in Austin. I worked in Austin for a number of years.
He seems like a jerk.
He is not only a jerk, he's got a God complex. He's got an ego complex.
Yeah.
So when he finally admitted that he used enhancements to win all those races, again, live by the sword, die by the sword.
Yeah.
If you're going to go down that road, dude, nobody's going to want to talk to you after you admit that you juked the system or whatever. Cheryl became an absolute PIA after she started going out with Lance Armstrong. And then when they broke up, it was kind of like, well, you know, now we know why you two were attracted to each other kind of thing.
Right. Well, listen to Mac and I dishing dirt on the celebs, on the A-listers, but nobody's lower than this. The lowest of low is serial luggage thieves. Did you see that? The guy in I mean, I'm not surprised it doesn't happen more often because, Mac,
I am too.
When's the last time any security personnel have ever asked you to match your claim tag with your baggage? That's like the biggest social experiment in the world where we all just assume we're going to play nice at the luggage carousel and take only our bags. Like nobody monitors that.
No. And you know what's really interesting? At least I think when they catch this person, what do they do with the bags? We had a Sky Harbor Airport in Phoenix. When I worked in Phoenix, they had a couple that they finally caught, and Sky Harbor is a huge airport.
Oh,
they finally caught a couple out of Surprise, Arizona. Their house was floor to ceiling bags. They took everything out and they sold all this stuff on eBay. But they kept the container. They kept the bags. So it was like a 4-bedroom house. Every room was stacked with these bags. They finally busted them. They've been doing it for like 3 years. So I'm hoping that they can bust whoever this person is at DIA. But I'll be interested to see where's the bags and what did they do with all the stuff.
Yeah, it looks like a Samsonite fulfillment center. Just bag ceiling. You know, and you're right, though, because we've seen some of these bags, like Toomey. These bags are like 4 figures, man. Thousands.
They know what they're doing.
The luggage,
Yeah, they know what they're doing. So, I mean, it's like your kids know where to go for Halloween to get the full-size candy bars. These people know what bags to get because it probably has really expensive stuff in it.
Yeah, good point. All right, anything else?
I love the Laramie County Sheriff, Kozak.
Yeah, he's
who gives very sage advice that if you are in jail and you want to make bail, it is probably not a good idea to use the jail phone to call your buddies to figure out how you can sell drugs from Denver in Cheyenne to get you bail money to get out for selling drugs.
Look, if criminals were smart, they wouldn't be in jail, man.
And the thing is, he's been in law enforcement for over 40 years. He goes, I still see stuff today that I'm just like, WTH, what? I've never seen that before. But it's stupid. Like you said, if criminals were smart, they wouldn't be in prison.
Sheriff Brian Kozak just trying to help out the next criminal. Here's do's and don'ts, and the big don't. Dude, don't. You got to assume that phone at the jail is probably being monitored.
And this guy had been in jail like many times before. He was a repeat offender. You don't know it's being recorded? Come on.
Duh. Mac, have a great Monday.
All right, man. I'll talk to you soon.
All right. That's Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily. We got to take our final break of the day and run for the finish line here on the Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake.
Between Casper Mountain.
Wyoming is the cowboy state. From corner to corner, there are so many stories to be told, and more cowboys and cowgirls are turning to the Cowboy State Daily News team to keep them in touch with what's happening both locally and in other parts of Wyoming. I'm Riley Strand, videographer and production assistant for Cowboy State Daily Video News. We're proud to bring the most important stories to our viewers every day. The stories that start conversations, the stories that make us laugh, the stories that make us think. Our experienced journalists at Cowboy State Daily are crisscrossing the state every day, talking to those who know the news best. Every day, host Wendy Core and I talk to the reporters who are covering the topics, issues, and people that are important to Wyomingites. And in our daily newscast, we bring you those stories. Tune into the Cowboy State Daily video newscast every morning, only on cowboystatedaily.com.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
So I wanted to talk with you and your mom today, Lily, because of some of the changes your friends and teachers have seen in you lately. And along with the incident the other day, you were with Derek when he was caught selling marijuana.
Yeah, he was selling it.
Honey, we know. But we care about you and want to know what's going on.
That's right. We'd like to understand it better and see how we might help. And if weed is a part of it, we want to make sure you know about the negative consequences for someone your age. So, can we talk?
Talk. They hear you.
We're back, Cowboy State Daily Show. Back in the studio on a Monday, trying to get your week started off on the right foot. It's kind of a Monday today, right? Weather is doing its best to make it kind of a Monday. It's cold and wet. Rain and or snow, depending on where you are. I got a little bit of snow here in Jackson. Snow down in Evanston, I heard. Just rain up there in Hot Springs and Thermop. A little bit of a cold, soggy start. We're going to end up paying for the first 2 weeks of November. As Don Day said, Mother Nature always makes you pay your bill. And the first 2 weeks in November for much of the state were record high temps. Warm. But the second 2 weeks are payback. The second 2 weeks in November, we're going to pay the bill. The bill comes due, and Don Day says, yeah, it looks like for the foreseeable future, nothing horrible. No organized storm systems or anything, but just more like typical average temperatures. And after what we experienced for the first 2 weeks in November, average looks cold. We were treated to some glorious weather. Sonia is on the Facebook. She said, I used to have the book The Outlaw Trail by Robert Redford. Was he with him? He got permission, etc., to do the ride. I think, I don't know what Sonia is referring to, unless it's the story about Larry Bentley. We haven't talked about it yet, but it was in the news, in the Cowboy State Daily News. Jackie Dorothy wrote it. I was saving it till tomorrow when Jackie comes on live. Jackie's with us Tuesdays and Thursdays. And we'll talk about Larry Bentley's 450-mile solo horse drive back in 1984. One of Wyoming's last over the Outlaw Trail. The Outlaw Trail is a trail that was ridden in part by Robert Redford, who fell in love with the American West after He was in the movie Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid. He got all about Wyoming after that. And he rode that trail. And Larry Bentley, he pushed horses through that trail. That is not easy. I've loose herded 6 horses, and even that was like herding cats. I can't imagine. Larry Bentley was hired to trail 30 quarter horses for 450 miles by himself across Wyoming and into Colorado. It was 1984, and Bentley took the horses over the Outlaw Trail. That's the trail made famous by the Hole-in-the-Wall gang. They used that trail to move stolen horses themselves. So it's been the popular trail for moving horses. But boy, by yourself, 30 horses, that's not easy. And Jackie Dorothy has an excellent story about that. We'll dig into it tomorrow when we get Jackie on. We'll also talk about Andrew Rossi's World War II airplane converted into a motorhome. If you saw this thing drive by, you would do a triple take. I mean, it looks like an aeroplane minus the wings, and it's just a converted motorhome. The owner of the fabulous Flamingo, he calls it, cruised into Grable not too long ago. One-of-a-kind motorhome recently spotted in Wyoming in the Grable area is actually converted World War II airplane. How is that? Whose idea? What? There's so many questions. Gino Lucci and his World War II airplane turned motorhome. Yeah, it's pretty cool. We'll talk about that when Andrew comes on later in the week. Cowboy State Daily Show in a Monday version. We got to wrap it up. We is out of time. I hope you enjoyed the show on X, Facebook, YouTube, on the homepage, cowboystatedaily.com, or at radio stations wherever we are syndicated. That'll do it for us. See you tomorrow. Have a great Monday.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.